Dakota. I don't know if I've ever dedicated an entire live to it. Can we please tap and share out the live? Can we tap and share? I really do appreciate it, y'all. But yeah, I was like, I don't know if I've dedicated an entire live to the idea of how when we hear Black men talk about loyalty or how Black women should operate, typically what they say is, you allowed the white woman to trick you into betraying your race. However, those same men will be red pill men and completely negate the fact that red pill is a racist ideology propagated by white men. So the same idea that you're saying Black women allowed white feminism to take them from the Black family, y'all do the same thing constantly. In all actuality, when you guys received the rights to vote, you did not turn around and allow and fight for Black women's rights to vote. You just sat by because you were happy you were able to now start voting with your brothers, right? You were happy you were able to now be one of the boys. You did not look back and say, hey, let me go ahead and pull my sisters with me because I choose Blackness over manhood. No, y'all sat by and you voted for laws to where y'all could then date white women. You were not concerned. You were not concerned with what Black women did not have or did have. Even to this day, you guys are more concerned with you guys losing submission from women because, once again, you're comparing yourselves to the other men, right? So you're seeing Asian men, you're seeing white men, and you're thinking, oh, they're getting submission. Why can't I get the submission like the other men? So you're sitting here fighting for submission, right? Instead of fighting against medical racism that's affecting Black women. You guys have always chosen your manhood over your Blackness. And then you turn around and vilify and lie on Black women, who, by the way, have always chosen our race over our gender. Always have. But that loyalty has always been one direction. And now when you're starting to see Black women say, oh, no, I'm good off of that, right? I'll choose being a Black woman. Because I would argue that even now that Black women are saying, I give up on y'all, we're still not choosing to align ourselves with white women per se. As a whole, Black women are just creating their own sector of womanhood, which is Black womanhood. We're just saying, oh, no, if it's not about Black women, I'm good off of it, right? Like, that's kind of how we're still not operating under that, guys. But y'all are constantly aligning yourselves with white men. I was on a panel the other day, y'all, where three Black men came up. Three Black men came up, and there was 2 white men on the panel. 3 of them came up. When I tell you, those men all but said, bend me over. Because the way that they started tap dancing for this man was embarrassing. I have never seen, and y'all could tell me if I'm wrong, I have never seen a space where a white woman has walked in and Black women have said, oh, let's start pandering to her. Let's start telling her about how much we love her hair. Let's start telling her about how much, like, I have never seen Black women tap dance for white women. Have not seen it. Haven't seen it yet. If anyone can point to me a time when Black women tap dance for white women, I haven't seen it yet. But I have seen Black men tap dance for white men constantly. So who is aligning themselves with their gender in this equation? Which one of us is aligning ourselves with the gender? Because last time I checked, Black women, we out here like, ain't nobody wearing your hair. Don't nobody want no Alabama yaki. Buki, you have no lips. I would do anything but have an extended back on my bingo card. Your skincare routine is trash. Okay? You're aging like a boiled egg. Like, I don't understand what we're doing. Which part of Black women is pandering to white women? Who over here is sitting here trying to figure out how to make our hair straight and frizzy at the same time? Who? Us? I don't think so. But black men though, y'all, as soon as you guys get a little bit of something, I want to act like I want to be a part of this country club. I want to go hang out with these white people. I want to get this thing. So I want to move into this neighborhood. I want to be like the Joneses. I want to like. It is embarrassing. That man literally said, and his name is Black Guru, and a lot of y'all follow him. That man said to this old decrepit white man, I just want to say, actually the dude was from Eastern Europe. He said, I just want to say that you guys are just a lot more strategic than us. Yeah, the reason you were able to conquer is because you guys are a lot more strategic than we are. You really gonna say that to that man?
What are you saying, you black tart?
You really
Trying to get your pussy wet.
Oh, wait, get
Come
back
on,
in
girl.
the field. Oliver, get back in the fields. Who let you out?
Baby girl, you in the fields.
Oliver, who let you out?
That Con's not gonna pick himself.
Tell them to get you back in. I know your mother did not breastfeed you. I know you got no nutrients. I know you got no nutrients. Are you upset that your 400 years of your 400-year head start kind of left you in this position where you're sitting on the panel trying to talk to me?
Somewhat.
Is that yeah, exactly. I know
what are you doing?
I know you're ashamed.
What do you think
you want to do about that? How do you think you want to use your privilege to come on, rally up the troops to come over here and call me the N-word? How are you gonna fix it?
What, are you gonna cry?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you. I want to kind of strategize. I really want you to send the best. Can you send a white that has generational wealth? Can you send a white that maybe has a little bit of nepotism that they've benefited from? Because you sound like a poor white. Can you maybe send one of the best ones?
Yeah, I sound pretty poor.
No, you definitely do, for sure. I can hear it. I can hear the poverty through the phone. Can you send like one of the good ones? Send one of the ones who like passed a law, who has like a father in government, who has like, I mean, can you send somebody? Can you send somebody else like has a dad in government or something? Not one that's like a C-head.
What do you have?
What I'm trying to say is, we know your father is on the fence, okay? We know that your auntie and your sister all OD'd on the fence. Can you send somebody who maybe is just doing some like high grade CK?
Your eyes are pretty
maybe
open.
Not the fence, not the meth, okay? Not the brokey kinds. Can you send one that did and then like sign a business deal? Can you send one of those?
You know a lot about it.
Yeah, but can you send one of them? Because I'm sick and tired of talking to like the poor whites. I'm like, honestly, y'all get on my nerves, really.
No one's poor over here, darling.
No, you sound a little bit poor. So no one's poor over here, darling. Yeah, you sound like all you eat is beans and toast.
Do you get any protein? That was so funny.
Do you get any protein at all? Or is it just beans, toast, beans, toast, beans, bread, beans, bread? What else?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Cool story.
Yeah.
Look at his pants tight as fuck.
Yeah. You can't even pick up on your slurs. I can't even understand you. Like, what were you trying to call me then? You said rails time. What was that?
I didn't call you a slur, you fuckwit.
Yeah.
You right there, monkey? Chill out.
Yeah, already around, okay? Oh my gosh, speaking of monkey. Okay, so I think it's really funny, right? Because y'all will call us monkeys when your lips look like this. Like, y'all will be like, oh, you guys are monkeys and your lips look like this. And y'all brow bones go out. And you ever seen monkeys through the back? Have y'all ever seen monkeys? They ain't got no ass. Like, it's straight flat and they're kind of like walking like that. That's how you guys walk. Like, y'all have terrible posture. Like, why do y'all teach your kids to walk like that? And then y'all, like, then you have to use the belt to hold up the pants because you don't have a butt. Quite literally, you guys are the ones who look like monkeys. Like, you walk like monkeys, your mouth is like a monkey, your brow bone's like a monkey. Like, your hair. Okay, hear me out.
Here we go.
You know how, one second. You know how the monkey hair is like fur? Like, how it's kind of like,
yeah, whatever.
That's how y'all be looking. How is your hair frizzy, right? How is your hair frizzy and straight at the same time? Like a monkey. See, because this hair is not like a monkey's at all. It's like textured, it goes up, it goes out, like it's kind of
Looks
like
like
that.
shit's living
Y'all's
in
hair
it.
be like this. Y'all's hair kind of like just be like that. It goes all over the place, especially when you guys wake up. Oh, also
My
when
hair
you guys go
looking
to the
green.
beach, why does your hair just flatten out on your chest? You literally look like an animal. Like at least when a black guy goes to the beach, like and he has a hairy chest, like the water kind of goes through it and it still curls up. But yours flattens like a monkey. Like
I shaved
literally,
my
like an
chest.
ape. Like, have you ever seen an ape in the rain? That's how y'all look. I don't understand where you came from. This whole connection to monkeys and black people cracks me up because for real, I think it's mostly you guys that look like them. Like the Hank Hill ass. Like,
Who
guys,
hurt
come
you?
on. Like, can you find a better comparison? Oliver,
Who's
I'm gonna give you a
yapping?
chance to give me a better comparison. Go ahead.
No, you just yapping. Keep going. Keep going.
No. I want you to give me a better comparison because the
No, you're
monkey
not
one
done
was
yet.
not it. It wasn't it. Go ahead. What else?
I'm gonna let you keep going. You're not done, obviously.
No. I'm done now. I'm just saying, like, you could
I'm
try
sure you
to.
got more.
No, I'm just trying to listen. I'm trying to help you be a better troll. Because when you go to somebody else's somebody else's panel, I want you to do better. Okay? Be quick. Be quick. Baby mama. Throw. Go. Come on. Throw one out. Do it. Do it. Try to help. Do
Do I
it.
look good or what?
Trying to help.
My hair looking
Trying to help you.
mean.
Trying to help you. No? No?
Is that a
I'm
good photo of
sorry,
me or
but I
not?
looked at your page. This looks exactly like a chimpanzee. I am not even joking. This gives
Oh my god, why is
monkey.
he flattening his hair like
Hold on,
that?
hold on, hold on. Let me go get a different picture because this one's not working on the backdrop. So let
Wait,
me go get a
no. Let
different
me
one.
let me fix the backdrop real quick. Hold on.
That's him. It is giving.
Ain't no way.
You have to see, like, when they show like the earliest humans, like the
Oh yeah, you're right.
Neanderthals,
Yeah.
that's what he looks like.
I
I
just think
said,
it's
I know like hell he did not get up on this panel and call my girl with a modern, beautiful face
you know what
a
I'm saying?
monkey looking like an early Neanderthal.
Oh, he does. That's why I was
He
saying the
looks
brow
like
bone.
when
The
they show
brow bone.
when they show those
Yeah.
little charts of evolution and
I'm done.
we supposedly first turned into humans, he looks
Mm-hmm.
like step one. This is step one.
Not
Like
No,
show
that's
that's
our
what's
pretty
going
hair.
on
funny.
here.
Hey, pretty. You know what's
That was
funny
pretty
about
funny.
monkeys? Have
Yeah.
you ever seen what it looks like when a monkey is shaved? They don't have
Oh.
brown skin. They have
They
white
have
skin.
white. Oh
Yep.
my god.
So really, technically, all of that is fur. And so that's exactly why they look like that. That's why they look like you, Oliver. That's probably why they're covered in fur because you can't. You're a fucking sun dodger. That's what you are. Fucking Mayo
Yeah,
sapien. You
Hey,
sitting
but
up here
who's in the
talking about
Lambo?
black people
Who's
fucking
in the
black people
Lambo?
being like monkeys, bitch. When you're shaved, you look like them. When they're
Who's in the
shaved, they look like
Lambo?
you. They don't look like
Who we
us,
calling broke
dumbass
before?
bitch.
they
the,
also
the,
have connected the Neanderthal more closely to the monkey, the non-humanoid Neanderthal. Unfortunately for your people, that's not us.
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? That's why I keep saying, I was like, when I see them at the beach, I always wonder, like, why do they look like monkeys? Like, why do they
Yeah.
look like that? Like, it's just the flattened hair. Like, it's just, I don't get it.
That's
Yeah.
why
But,
that's why they walk around with sweaters with shorts on during the winter because that fur keeps them warm at the top, at the
oh,
bottom.
good call.
That
Also,
is actually a very
I
excellent
wanted to
point.
talk
Thank
to
you.
I wanted to talk to this guy. Listen, I'm a black man, so I wanted to. You did a fantastic job, pretty. I've always been curious about when white people call black people monkeys because as an African, if you don't realize something, you have more in common with monkeys than we do.
Thank
I don't
you.
understand where this black people are monkeys trope came from. But then again, I understand as a white man, you've all your life you've always needed to feel
Oh,
better because you know you cannot survive by yourself. You need to be told you're
Oh,
better,
shut
even if
up, cunt.
it's the truth. Listen, I'm talking, bro.
Oh,
Listen,
I
let me tell you
Shut
shut
something.
up.
up.
Your hair looks like that of a monkey. Monkeys do not have nappy hair; they have
You look
straight
like shit,
hair.
cunt.
That
If that's you,
oh, shut up, dude.
if that's
Dude,
you,
shut
you
up. Don't you have something? Don't
You
you
look
have
ugly as
a
fuck.
pew? Don't you have a pew to
Oliver,
go touch?
relax.
You know, don't you have a
Relax.
pew to go
You know they have
touch?
a lack of
You
self
don't
Every
even
control.
have
every
Hey,
any
my
hair.
every
hair
Like
looking
your
mean.
face is like a
dude,
fresh baby's
every
bottom.
single week, every single week, there's a white man that's exposed for harming kids. Every single week, I just opened my TikTok. I've seen a judge in Australia was exposed for having 55 images of Sam. All right, that's your father. Okay, that's your father. You monkey. You come here talking to black people as if we are
Where
your
you from,
problems.
you
You are your
coconut
own
head cunt?
problems. Okay. So
Okay,
when
so
you call us
coconut's actually
monkeys,
pretty good though. Like, what are you talking about? Why is that an insult? Coconuts are delicious. They're good for you.
I love coconuts. I love
You know what I'm
bananas
saying? Like,
too.
they're super
I love
food.
watermelon.
I do too.
Again,
I do.
your
I
Also
love
love
insults,
some
your
watermelon.
watermelon.
It's
insults.
hilarious,
Yeah,
but it's also
watermelon's
accurate.
pretty good.
I don't understand. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna land. I don't understand your insults, bro. You say black. You use chicken as an insult to insult black people. Who the hell doesn't like chicken? If you don't like chicken, something is wrong with you.
I like
Everybody likes chicken. Even animals love chicken. I love watermelon. It's one of the healthiest fruits in the world. I love
All
bananas.
right, you
So
yapping
like, you guys
cunt.
are
You're
so
yapping.
stupid. You're so dumb. You're so dumb, bro.
Think you're dumb. You're broke as fuck, cunt.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
I
shut
already
up.
tell. 1 second. I already told you, Oliver, to send your best whites, and you still haven't sent them over here. They're still not here, and I'm still confused as to why you haven't sent them. Like my live was supposed to be roasting a different group of people, and here you came, and now you're making my day. Because if there's one thing I love roasting more than a black, is a white. Because it's probably the first time y'all have been introduced to seasoning, and I just love putting some cayenne pepper and some Old Bay seasoning on your forehead before I roast you. Okay?
He looks like Conan the
So
Barbarian, pretty.
exactly,
You
it's
know,
ridiculous.
he looks like Conan the Barbarian.
Can we get into class a little bit as well, Oliver? Because you're living life like a scammer. And I just feel like your people, like your page looks
How
like a
am I
scammer.
scamming?
Your people had like what, a 400 to 500 head start, 400 to 500 year head start. Like at this point, it's a skill issue. Why are you living life like a fucking criminal on TikTok, looking like a scammer, looking like a Neanderthal, hopping on black people's
Fucking Neanderthal.
panels
You're a
to go
blackness.
off on black women? What's going on, Oliver?
Oh my god.
What's really going on? I can't tell in
You
this
said they
photo
can't date us.
if you're 25 or if you're 48.
I never know their
I'm
age.
23, actually.
Oh,
Wow.
Jeez.
That's a hard 23.
Unfortunate. That's a
damn.
rough 23.
What
Odd
type of
23.
candy have you been using?
Look at Billy Carter
Good
with the
grief.
Neanderthal.
But let me let Minnie get in there. She's been up here and then heated.
Minnie is not getting into anywhere because I caught a stray. Just because I don't like chicken, it don't make me not black. Like, why would you say
I'm
that?
gonna drop you.
Like, why would you
This
say
is the
that?
well, this is not the time to announce that. We're in a unified front right now.
Drop Minnie, please.
Thank
Drop
you.
Minnie.
I'm gonna drop
I
her.
can't.
Because why the hell? How you gonna come up here with trying to roast the white to tell us you don't like chicken? I can't stand y'all sometimes. Okay? This is the one time to stay on code. Stay on code. Everybody likes chicken. Okay? Anyway,
I'm gonna
go
mute
ahead,
Gigi in the
Eden.
comments too.
I just wanted to make a quick public service announcement. This is what happens when your parents are cousinlings. They can't control their aggression. I'm just saying, this pale, palliative care looking, Clan of the Cave Bear reject looking motherfucker came up here talking shit when he looks like this.
You look like.
I am fat and black. I don't give a fuck. At least I don't have a Habsburg jaw. What's up? At least I don't have a Habsburg jaw.
No,
Get on the
Honey,
Habsburg
treadmill.
jaw is crazy.
sir, your family circle, your family tree is a circle. It's a wreath. It's a linear line. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me.
Sounds like you're
How the
one
heck do your
cheeseburg away
legs look
from a
like two
heart attack.
toothpicks?
Nothing.
That's
Family
fine.
circle is a
Actually, my
360
cholesterol is
deal.
fine. I just went to the doctor yesterday. Try again. But why do your legs look like
Oh my
two big
gosh,
fat paper clips?
guys. No, come back, Sharice. We have to compare.
Why is his
He
family
does.
circle a 360 deal?
Wait, somebody got a violation. Can whoever got the violation
I was
drop?
getting
Yeah,
another photo.
Can we get another photo up, please?
No. I think this comparison is good because I just want y'all to know this is the quality that y'all bringing over here to try to be supremacist. At least can we, if y'all are gonna be try to be white tea supremacists, can you at least send the supreme ones? Can y'all send the supreme ones to come be white supremacists? Because I can't stand y'all sending the rejects and the inbreeds to come over here and be supreme. Is this your best? Is this your best?
Is this your king?
You know what I'm
Bring
saying?
your baddest bitch out, please.
Listen, we roast over here. You gotta send your best, okay? This man thought I was gonna drop him from the panel. I'm not dropping you, Oliver. You're gonna drop yourself. Bring your best people. Why did you come over here knowing this is what you look like? Tell your cousin daddy. Tell him to come here and come get you off this panel. You better tell your Uncle Mom to come get you off the panel. I'm sick and tired of you.
Mom? Oh my God.
I'm sick and tired of it. I'm crashing out because I hate
Mom, sis. Hilarious. Good grief.
it. Can't. Like, because my problem is
Don't know your age or gender. Good Lord.
Go ahead, Billy. I don't know if Billy wants to talk or she just wants to show her photo. Oh, brother. Pop, you have anything to say to Oliver?
Well, you know me. I'm all about loving um the community, but I will say, um, black women, y'all need to thank the YT woman for giving y'all the rights that y'all have today. And if it was not for the YT woman, y'all would be nothing. I just want to put that out there. What's the prompt?
You didn't know what the prompt was, Pop, and you came up here and said that.
Because I didn't know what the prompt was.
What are you even talking about, sir?
I'm
White
That's
talking
women
about.
never
culture.
gave black women a
I ain't-
single thing. You're not making sense.
Black
Read a
culture
man,
Okay,
book.
traffic.
hold on. No, guys. No. Guys, don't get distracted and address what he said. Hold on 1 second.
what's the
Hold on.
prompt,
Just
host?
what? No. Just 1 second. Are you telling me that a black man just came up in the middle of me roasting this male sapien
Yep.
to say that bullshit?
Yep.
That's
He's a
exactly what happened.
submissive. He's a submissive. That's why he came up. He came up here to peacock for Oliver Twist, Zoolander. That's why he came up here to do that
Who was that?
goofy ass shit.
Who was that? Is that
Hey
Derek
man,
Jackson? Hey,
hey,
Derek Jackson, man, what's
ain't
up, bro?
no
How you been, bro?
tendonism. Hey man, I don't need no tendonism right now. You came up here and showed your whole sphincter to Zoolander, and now you sitting up here trying to get upset with me. Don't get tender, man. I feel like if I grabbed you at the top of your head and shook you, the whole insides of your manhood will fall out like that tender is. Tender is the word. Listen, man, like this is the most embarrassing shit. It's too early in the morning on Pootie Tang internet for you to be a Coonesian like this. We're supposed to have been one band, one sound as we roast this motherfucker who came up here asking for another bowl of porridge. And you came up as Master, I'm here to save you, Master. I tell you, y'all get off around here.
But these are
I'm
the
telling
same
you,
women that want to be
hey,
with that.
man,
These are the
hey,
same women
man,
that will be with that
listen,
YT man. You do know that, right?
you came up here to
Why y'all muting me?
Sir, you're the only one on the
you came
panel
up
that would
here
be
for
with that white
Oliver,
man.
bro. You came up here so that Oliver can tell you what a good boy you been. This is a field white. This
So
isn't
y'all
even
ain't
the
gonna let me.
top. He's not even the top bill. He's not even a house white. He's not even a porch white. I came up here to ask him to get us a supervisor. I need him to get us a supervisor. Put us on hold, buddy, and go get us a supervisor so that we can talk to a house white that is better equipped to have this conversation. Because he getting his whole white ass tore off. And you came up here with your cape and, oh, man. Like, when did you get out, brother? How long you been out?
He fresh out. I want to direct y'all to the photo of him in my background.
Can't
He
see it.
has
It's
on a
black.
MAGA hat. I don't know if y'all can see.
No, it's
Also,
So
black.
can I? I'm gonna bring up the photo of Culture since Culture wanted to come up here in Cape. I'm gonna make sure I compare and tell y'all these are the quality of men that align themselves with each other. Hold on one second.
We can't see it, Sharice. It's just black. But I think that
But
I think it's a little like mean that y'all are like that y'all were talking about Oliver like that. Like he's had a hard life, guys. I think we need to just take it a little easy. He's had a hard life, Navi. Like, do you know how hard it is that he's had to get made fun of in school because his daddy is his mama's husband?
that's a nose he can hang his own problems on. That's
I
a nose
understand,
that's made for
but
brownies.
that's
That's
it's
a
his
nose
mama's
that's made for
And
husband.
this
brownies.
is
Like,
Culture. I want y'all to know this is Beavis and Butthead.
Wait,
This
My
is
lovely,
back fat
my
and
lovely
belly
wait,
fat.
lady,
hold on.
my lovely manly humps.
Culture, you rotund? You a
Home
Hey,
built like a
rotund?
burlap
hey,
You a
sack of
Navi.
rotund
soggy
juice
mashed
ass
potatoes.
nigga? You
Hey,
came
hey,
up
Navi.
here
Hey,
and
Navi.
your
I have a
ass look like
thyroid
Soggy,
your front
problem.
and your
soggy
front
mashed
look like your
potatoes.
ass.
Don't do that,
Hey,
Get
Navi.
up
you
I
here
look
have a
telling
like
us
you
about
hold.
your
Hey,
goddamn
hey
thyroid.
Navi,
man,
You
you
don't
look
give a
like you
Navi,
hiding
damn.
Navi,
sour milk
Navi.
You
in
I
your
still
have a
built
hair.
like a
thyroid problem.
you
Wait,
You
did he
still
know.
built
say
like a
I
I have
have
a
a
beanbag.
thyroid
thyroid
You
problem,
look like
problem?
Navi.
you look like you hiding sour milk in your hips, my nigga.
Don't shame me.
Hey,
Don't shame me
buttermilk
because
built,
of my
you a
condition,
buttermilk biscuit built
Navi.
ass motherfucker, boy. You
I
look
said
like
Hey,
burlap sack. He
Waffle
looked like
House
a
at 3 in
burlap
the
sack of soggy
morning.
mashed
Oh
potatoes.
my God. You
where
look
I,
like
where
Hey,
Waffle
where
hey,
House
am
at
hey,
I
3
hey,
in
at?
the
culture.
morning.
Hey, culture. Real quickly. What's your A1C?
What's my A1C? Hey man, it's
What?
all bad.
Hey,
It's
I
all
figured as
bad.
much.
Hey,
You look
but you know
like
what
when,
You
though?
got them big
hey,
mama back
culture.
arms, bro. You cook some good macaroni and cheese.
But I just started.
Culture.
You got
But I
some.
just started Ozempic. I just started Ozempic
Culture.
like the rest of y'all.
It
So
ain't
so I hope
working.
so I
I
hope
Culture,
don't
my
do
it look
body
Ozempic,
like,
so
I
culture,
hope
it
my
look
body
Are
like
end
we
up
you.
looking
French? Are
like
you French?
y'all's. I'm
Hey
trying to get
Culture.
Pop,
my
Are you
body
hey
French?
Pop,
snatched.
put
I'm trying to
Are
put
you
get
your
my body
French?
Ozempic
snatched like
down
y'all's.
and just
Are you
do
Culture.
crack
French?
at this point.
Cause
Just
you
Can I
just
Culture.
get
do
my
just
body
do the hard
snatched?
drugs.
Hey, bro,
Can
you
I
look
get my
like when
body
you
snatched like
fall.
y'all?
You look
I'm
like when you
asking. I'm
fall on your
asking
You
culture.
get what
stomach.
I'm trying to say?
You
Culture.
look like when you
Who's
fall on your
we?
stomach, you rock back and forth. You a roll your boat ass built motherfucker. You look
Hey,
like
I'm
when you
sorry. Only
trip and
one person
fall
talking at a time.
on
Okay,
your
you good.
stomach.
You
You
No.
look
bet.
We
like
can
you
talk all
rock
at
back and
once.
forth.
You want to
It's
be
hard to
rocking
hear.
right?
Yeah,
No, I'm
everybody
asking
got
you. Who is
something to
we?
say.
Who is
Everybody
we?
got something to say about all that hypertension we see on the screen. All
Hey
that
man.
stress
Making
and trauma
Hey,
potatoes.
that's built
hey,
up around the
hey, hey,
hips.
hey, listen, Me being
It's
overweight
just
was a
asking for
choice.
people to go
It was
one
a
at a
choice.
time for me.
It was a choice for me to be
Yeah, just
overweight.
like you
And
chose to come up
I
here.
love my body.
You
Just like
But
you
shouldn't.
think
come
about
up
I
here
You
and
understand
should
you
what's
not.
talk
happening.
and you
hey,
shit.
You
hey,
should
Yeah,
listen.
I
not.
can get
I
your
have never
behind.
Think
told
about
someone
when
that
I'm
they
hitting
should
it from the
not, but you
back.
should not love
Think
that.
about when I'm hitting it from the
You
back and that
should not
recoil that
love
comes from
that.
that weight.
That is
No
Think
uncomfortable.
one
about the
wants
weight.
that.
Think about
Don't
Listen,
the
make
weight
us
no
that's
one
I will
coming
cares.
drop
No
you
one
when I'm
right
cares
hitting it
about
from the
you
now
back
going
to
out
that
talking
there.
about
recoil.
No one
Think
about
You,
about
cares
the
the
only
about you
thing
hypertension.
you
recoil.
going
are
out
I
there.
will
hitting from the
drop
back is
you,
the
Think
sir.
about
snack
it.
aisle.
You hear
The
me?
only thing you're hitting from the back is the
Sir,
snack
You hear
no
me?
aisle,
one
You
sir.
getting
cares about
straight.
you. Sir,
You getting straight
sir,
D with this
you
recoil
can't
I
you
got
can't say
coming.
it's
Do
the
you
You
hear
can't
me?
condition.
even
No,
further
no, no,
D.
no, no,
Black
sir. You can't
people,
say this is
black
the
people,
condition.
This
black people,
You
black
can't say
people, black
just
people.
get
I need us to lock in because as much as I'm having fun and I'm loving this, don't lose focus. Top left hand corner, don't lose focus.
he hanging out with the Artful Dodger right now. I'm
Top
not worried
left
about him.
hand corner, don't
No,
lose
you're
hey, y'all
focus.
right.
gotta stop
Minnie,
muting me,
Minnie, you
man.
are
What's up with
right.
this, man?
Top
Minnie, we
left hand
apologize,
corner,
Minnie. He
don't
came up
lose
here.
focus.
He
Lock
came up
in.
here to run interference for his master with his
Correct. Lock
look
in.
like milk curd built ass motherfucker. Anyway, Oliver Twist, how many more bowls of porridge you want? Come on, Zoolander. Come off of mute. Don't get scared, because there's a black man up here that ain't afraid of you. I could roast you all day. I could do this all day like Captain America. Come on, Oliver. We're done with with the field help that you got. Come on. Come on off of
You
mute.
get
We've
more
been here
followers
for
when you do this, Navi.
Pop, shut up. You're on mute.
Navi,
You
do you
can't
get more
destroy
followers when you do this?
Candyland. We don't care about you, Candylander. Come on, Oliver Twist. Come on now. Come on off of mute. He came up here sounding like Bobby Boucher, and now he don't want to come off of mute. Come on, Water Boy. boy. Come on, it's okay. Did you? Maybe he got us on hold when he went and got to go get us a supervisor. Maybe that's what it is. You know
Maybe
what I'm
I hope
saying?
he was honoring our request.
I think that's what's happening. He went to go get a supervisor. Man, look at that nose. Look at that. You see that shit? That's an aerodynamic head. Like the nose is splitting the wind on either side so he can get more mileage on that ugly.
Oh no.
And he don't got no side. Like you know how people have like a side for your hair, the line, and he has no side for his hairline. But then he got the
Oh
comb
yeah.
over.
It's
And
like
he
a
got
full circle.
Yeah, he got the comb over to try to hide what's under there. What's under there, Zoolander? What's
I
under
have a
there?
quick question. I have a quick question for the class. How does his hair look dehydrated and greasy at the same time?
Oh, that's
That's
interesting.
wild. I don't know what's going
That
on
is
there.
You said
interesting.
he 23.
He
Zo-
ain't
This is, you
23. He
know
look
what
like
this is
In
giving?
one of
he
his
gonna
This is
photos, he
giving,
say he 19. So I don't know. He's probably catfish. Who knows?
and I'm gonna let Zen get in there once I just say this. You know what this give? I don't know if any of y'all have ever dove into the manosphere, but he looks like clavicular. If anyone kind of knows the black pill looks maxing community, he looks like one of those looks maxers, like that got a bunch of surgery to try to help genetics, and it didn't help. And it didn't. Okay, some people in the comments, they know what I'm talking about. Listen, I went on a like a deep dive into black pill and looks maxing, and this is it right here. We have a looks maxer. Yeah, black pill. Well, first of all, ew, I'm not answering your fucking question, fatback. Go ahead, then.
Listen, I have no time for coonology, and I don't speak, and I don't speak coonomics, right? I don't do that. But I'll say this, right? Why does he look like the struggle is real? Why does he look like he looks like that one scene in The Color Purple? All my life I had to fight, right? And why do he look like his mama and daddy had a sword fight? If you know what I mean. Um, he looks like the sperm that got rejected twice and they just felt sorry for him, so they just let him in.
Went
I
back
don't
for a
know
third
how he.
try.
I don't know. Yeah, right. The third try was not the charm. I think that this man tip cows, if you know what I mean. And he placates himself, right? I try my fire sign. I try to stay out of these kind of conversations. But Oliver, I have to say this: for 23, you look like you 84. Baby, I'm almost 50 and you look older than me.
That
Who
is a
raised you?
hard 23. That is the
That's a
Yes,
hardest
hard
he looks
23.
23.
old
Not
and
only that,
immature.
I got one more thing to say. Did y'all ever find a way in your evolutionary process to get that tail fix that y'all got?
Oh damn. Oh shit. Damn.
Because if I'm not mistaken, you're Neanderthals and inbreds. So did y'all get that tail fixed,
I don't think
that
we
tail issue
did.
taken care of? I'm just saying, in the evolutionary process, did they ever get resolved?
We
I
got to
just want
Oliver's
to
ask the
know.
tail is still
supervisor.
holding on.
Zen, we have to ask the supervisor. The thing is, y'all, if you get Zen to come up and start roasting, you know we've made a hard left turn. You know, these are people who typically are very serious people. You know, these are people who like are the wise ones in our TikTok black community. And so if you get them to start trolling, that's how you know we have taken the right turn. We're going in a good direction.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's time. It really, honestly, it's time to call these behaviors out. You know, white tea gonna white tea, but you at the listen. I wanted you at the bottom, bro. But Minnie told me to leave you alone and focus on the
No,
other
I
guy.
want you to say something to him, Zen, because that's a hot
Okay, thank you. All right, here we go. Just because you want their women and can't afford them doesn't mean you have quality. They only use you for your work labor and then they'll throw you away the moment they no longer need you. So while you sitting up here placating to whiteness, you got to understand through blackness you came and you can't escape that. So you're up here stealing the resources of the comfort of being black while sitting up here secretly desiring to be white. You wish you had white skin. You hate the skin you're in. But the problem with that is you want us, and then you made a statement right in the middle, which is what got me up here. You said, "Why y'all making fun of my condition? Why you making fun of my condition? Why you making fun of my condition? That's why I'm taking no gym pic so I can look like y'all." Sir, the fact that you want to compare your life to a black woman tells how excellent and amazing black women are. Because
What
any
the
man that
fuck are
gets on
you
the
on
panel,
about?
so any man gets on, Oliver, shut up. We already addressed your Neanderthal, but have a seat and be quiet. Listen, Coon, if you're up here, right, and you want us to have empathy, compassion for the way you live your life while sitting up here subjecting black women into nothingness while you're sitting up here placating to whiteness, tells me how low self-esteem you have. What I need you to go back to do is go back, read some literature books. And then on your page, you have the audacity to praise black people and their accomplishments. But sir, do you know right now, you would not even have access to be able to talk to us online if it wasn't for a black woman? Because she invented the internet. So while you sitting up here talking
She did
and being
not
like
do
you
that
are,
alone.
sir,
She was a part of it, yes.
nobody cares about your subhuman behavior. Nobody cares about your coon force. I don't care. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna shut you up because why? Your life doesn't matter. And we're gonna allow these ladies and gentlemen to do what they do best. But what we're not gonna do is have a coon and buffoon up in this box. Every time I see you, it's on site. Because what I don't understand, how can you walk around in the skin you in and still subject
When
yourself?
your signal
Oh,
get better,
shut up, you low vibrational, no wave having a dirt bucket. Nobody cares about you. I'm telling you, I was raised by 4 brothers. I can give it something real, okay? So that's what we're not gonna do. And I'm over 50. Gen X are the best roasters on the planet, so you know we can go there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sit your cool. I'm gonna put you I only roast you because Pretty let me. But understand this: 1 + 2 is 3. Okay, I need you to go read a book. Y'all have an 8th grade literacy level. I need you to go read a book. I bet you. I need y'all to go read a book. Black men have a 8th grade literacy level. So why don't you shut up since you so Black history bound, right? At the precipice of whiteness, why don't you open a book instead of quoting things you hear other people say? Maybe then you'll have the character that a woman likes and wants to be with. I guarantee you, single, sitting in your house playing Fortnite, trying to get a girl, and she don't want you. I guarantee you, you're twiddling your thumbs on social media, talking about how I guarantee you, you have 4 OF subscriptions. I guarantee you that you are sitting around sliding down the wall because nobody wants you. I guarantee your reason for jumping on this panel, dealing with these black women the way you are, because no black woman wants you because they don't want mediocrity. Okay, so I need you to have a seat, sit down, and allow black women to do what they do best, and that's protect the hub because y'all don't want to. Okay, let us protect our own and let you sit back there and enjoy the comforts we provide you. Let me say that again. Why don't you sit back, shut up, and let these women do what they do best and they protect the hub? And why don't you sit back and you enjoy the comforts we have provided you? Okay, you one of them. I'm gonna go. Thank you for having me, Pretty. But yeah, anytime you want it, follow me. It's on site. I guarantee you. Follow me. It's on site. I got 3,854 books for you. And if you don't know how to read, I am hooked on phonics and I can help you find your phonics, okay? The cat is still. Still the cat is. I am a man. I read very slow, but one day I will be okay. Anytime you're ready to learn how to read, write, and count, why don't you get me? Because I do have a master's degree in adult education. So I can help you read The Cat in the Hat, and I can help you unlearn your coonery. Okay? All right. Thank you for having me, Pretty. I'm going to mute up.
Hey,
all right.
Pop,
Can I go?
what
Hey,
trimester are you in? What trimester are you in?
That was so
He's in
Congratulations.
his 4th. I told y'all he's in his 4th trimester. If y'all keep
Trimester.
roasting him, he won't be able to lactate.
Oh,
look,
Can I
I'm just
go?
gonna
and
say this. I'm
Oliver,
just
Oliver, don't
hold
come
on real
off of
quick.
mute when you hear a woman addressing him. When I was
Y'all
addressing
let
him,
me
you
know
stayed
when
on
I can
mute.
talk.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
never.
No,
Hey,
I
hey,
can't.
Y'all
hey,
let me
look,
know
Hey,
when
hold
I
on,
can
hold
you
on,
talk.
afraid to
hold
come
on, real
off of
quick.
mute,
Hold on.
Oliver Twist. When I addressed you, and as soon as then started speaking, you wanted to come off of mute. No, why don't you address me, Phil White? Come on. Oh, now you
No,
cheat.
look, I'm just gonna sit here and say,
I was
look,
trying to address
Oliver,
you earlier, and they kept
One
cutting
sec,
me.
Pop.
I'm getting.
1 second, Pop. Go ahead, Puff.
I'm about to say, hey, Triple H cup, pipe down. Anyways, to Oliver, you methamphetamine powdered iguana, stay silent until you're spoken to. That's it.
Okay. So Oliver, Navi was trying to address you, and you were scared, and you stayed on mute. So are you trying to now engage in the dialogue?
I was actually trading.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Come on, Willard. Come on,
Yeah,
Willard.
you were
You
trading the
probably don't
Fang for
even know
the
what that is.
METH. We know.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, come on, Willard. How many rats do you have in your house? Come on, Willard. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
God, he does look like Crispin Glover. That's wild.
You can do
Now he
it.
quiet again.
Come on now. You can do it. Come on,
I've
Willard.
been
Come
silently
on.
training our panel pet. So I have been whipping him and feeding him bananas in order to keep him in line. And he is learning. He's doing so well. I am proud of him. I'm working on getting a muzzle and a shock collar. But right now I just have this nice little cage he's in. So y'all bear with us. Bear with us. I'm doing my best.
I just want to say that it was Sharice's fault. She did let the animal loose, and that's why we're now dealing with this. I had a prompt, y'all. I was planning on being very serious today, but no, Sharice wants to let out the iguana, and now he's roaming free, okay, with no pants on, just bare chest for all of us to have to deal with. Go ahead, self-care. Okay, self-care. Pop, go ahead.
Sorry, I was looking for my earrings.
No worries. Did you want to talk? Because I saw you on mute.
Oh, I'm just cracking up that today became a day of troll university. Like, you're not a good troll. Let's show you how it's done. And the coon stabilization program. Because, like, bruh, what's good? And I am way too tickled about how you come talking crazy and then be like, but wait, don't hurt my feelings. Sir, you hurt your feelings every day that you make your choices and you look in the mirror. Don't be mad at me for joining the party.
I have a right to be heard.
No, you don't. You have no rights.
Bro,
He took them. Oliver took all your rights, and now that's why you're not being heard.
You have
Like,
zero
do you notice
rights.
how we
Did not take my
allowed
right.
Oliver to talk and he stayed
Black
muted,
women is
and you
taking my
keep
right.
getting
Oliver
muted?
didn't take
Do you
anything from me.
notice how
You
he stole your rights? I only had one right to give out, and you gave it to Oliver, and now you have none. So I don't know what to tell you.
But hear me out. He was like, black women took my rights. But you would also probably proclaim you're a leader. If I can take it from you, you never had it. Go be the
Exactly.
sub that you are and live the piss poor life that you live.
Hey, Pop, look at my picture. Look at my picture. Look, Pop. Look at my picture. How does it make you feel? Tell Navi where we hurt you on this picture. Look at the picture. Look at the picture, Pop. Look.
Man, y'all let me know when I can
Look at the
go.
picture.
Can I say
we got to
something?
let you go. But
Now
you
he
know,
whining like a toddler. Tell me when it's my turn. I get a turn too. I'm gonna tell the teacher because you haven't given me a turn yet. She
I'm
said we all
trying to
have to
be
share,
polite, Jezebel.
and you're not
I'm trying to
sharing
be
with
polite.
me. You need to share your mic with me because I have something to say.
I don't
Help me.
sir,
I get a
sir.
turn.
This is a
I get a
matriarchal
turn
society right
too.
now.
This is my
You're
last
letting
troll, y'all. This
everybody
is my
get a
So I'm
last troll.
turn
This
with
trying
is
to
for the
I'm
last
me.
troll.
trying
You
to be
cannot
You're
respectful
take
not
my
being
of the
fair.
matriarchy
One
right
second,
now.
You didn't
Sharice
take
wanted to
none of the
go. Let me let
advice.
I am
Sharice
trying to be
get in
respectful
there.
of this
Shush,
matriarchy.
shush. I told you, you have no rights. Go ahead, Sharice.
He was about to call it a matriarchy, y'all. It's about to be a long morning, okay? Um Pop, you didn't listen to any of the advice that Zen just gave you, and she had a very thought provoking time that she spent on this panel letting you know about yourself, and you didn't take any of the advice. If I were you, I would have got off the panel immediately after that. So this is how I know you're not smart.
Why
You're
would I
not
get off the
smart at
panel?
all. You need to be reading, and you can start with the phonics books. I
This is
think that is where you
entertainment.
do need to start. You need to be reading. You don't know history. You have misdirected anger. You're correlating things that don't correlate. And if you just knew history maybe even a little bit, you might be a worthy adversary. But for now, you're going to catch these jokes. You are built like a rhombus.
Y'all are not letting me
You
speak,
are
so I
built
don't
like
even
a
know what you're
rhombus.
talking
And
about.
you're sitting on this panel telling black women a piece of your damn mind. Nobody wants to hear it, raccoon. Nobody wants to hear it.
I said 2 sentences and y'all keep muting me. Y'all can't take it.
Did she
Go
say
ahead.
rhombus? Did she say
Is that a
rhombus?
rhombus?
I just wanted to make sure I was not, because I'm getting ready for, employment. Rhombus?
Not a parallelogram.
Hold on. I just want to say, hold on, guys, we need to cool it on the coon slander, because the coon of me is better dressed than him. I'm just saying. That
Also
picture is
true. Because
very
this man
shameful.
was in London in a 17-year-old shirt. Okay. This shirt was passed down from generations to generations, from his fatback grandpappy to his fatback pappy, and now to him.
My
Okay.
mama bought me
So
that shirt. Don't do
I
that.
know she did, Buki. But anyway, go
Not
ahead.
surprised.
Go ahead, Pop.
Your mama
Right.
still have to
Woo.
buy
Thank,
you
woo,
clothes?
man. Thank God. I tell you
Oh,
what. The
guys,
su-
guess what? We did not drop Oliver. He dropped himself. That
Oh
was
no, my pet ran away. Oh.
oh my God. The
Queen
suppression
baby, I
that,
did
my
not either.
friends,
the
is
suppression
how
that
you
black
out
women do in
troll
this
a
group.
troll.
The suppression that black women do.
The suppression that black women in this group.
Hey, real quick, bro. When's the last time you seen your feet when you're standing up?
Man, why
Inquiring
y'all
minds
keep
want to know.
muting me?
No,
Cause why are you so upset? Why do you keep muting me?
now that we have full screen, y'all could see the skinny ankles.
That is
Look at that body.
terrible.
Look at that
My
body.
God,
Hey,
today.
bro,
Look at
why
that
you
body.
built
Look at
like a
that
letter
sexiness
S?
right there.
Look
Why you
at
built
the
like a
Look
letter
how
S?
God. Look
how
I
how
you
don't know.
got
God
You
more
has
built
Real
like
rolls
blessed
than
you.
me.
question.
Pillberry.
You built like
Hold
you
on,
Real
smell
wait a
quick.
like
minute.
sweat.
That's what
Hey,
a king.
Take a
That's what a
shower
that's what a
and read a
king look like
book.
right there.
no,
That
it
is
Real
looked
a
quick.
like
that
when
is
you
a
No,
walk.
sexy
I really
Hey
chocolate
have an
man, it
important
looked
black
like
question.
when
I
you
got an
king.
walk,
important
you
question.
move
That
like a.
is
It
a
looked like when you
king right
walk, you
there.
move
Hold
like a
on. I have a
water
real. I
bed.
have a real quick
It ain't
question.
nothing but females on the panel. I'm
Hold
the
on.
only male
Hold
up
on.
here. Ain't that wild?
Okay. Anyways, I'm not. I'm not.
Literally,
Why
I'm the
does the
only
It's
back
male
of
up
his
here.
actually
That is
not
head?
accurate.
No,
wild.
I
You're
have a
not.
quick question. Somebody mute him. Why does the back of his head look like an undescended testicle? That I'm real curious about that.
Why are
Why does
y'all
the
like
back of
this?
his head look like an undropped testicle? I like that is some wild stuff. That is wild. Looks like an undropped hairless testicle. That is some crazy stuff.
You know how
And
you black women
you
are
got the
about
big
your
mama
hair. I
back
care
arms,
about my
bro.
hair
Like
as
I
well.
don't
I like to
understand that.
keep it covered and protected like y'all do with those
You should
wigs.
worry
So
Why
about
you
you
your
keep
hair
understand
comparing
than
that.
your
yourself to
hair.
black women?
Cause
First of
he
all,
wants
you
to
could
be
never,
one.
you
You
could
should worry
never,
about your
you
He
waist
could
is
growing out.
never
mad that he
You
ever
woke
worry
up
about
in
Man,
that.
that
pop.
y'all gotta stop
body.
You
muting
could
me,
Wait,
man.
never.
hold on.
I'm
Okay,
tr-
okay. Let's let Sharice go. Navi's been wanting to go. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just trying to figure out why he has three sets of love handles. I thought love handles start by the hips, but I see
When
like
I'm hitting
three
it from the
different
back, that's
sets, and
freak
I was
roll,
just trying to
baby.
figure out what's going on. And then he keeps trying to compare himself to black women, and there is no comparison, sir. You're not a black woman.
I'm trying to
Every time you bring up black
I'm trying to be
women, you got that, get that hatred up off your heart. What
No,
you?
no,
Why you
no.
so mad? What you so? I don't
No, you
answer
need
this.
to
This is
point out he's
rhetorical.
wearing a look at this line. This is a bra line. He's wearing a maternity bra. I keep telling y'all stop
Oh,
being so
okay.
tough on him. He's not gonna be able to
Yeah,
lactate no
I'm
more.
sorry.
Y'all need to he's in his fourth trimester.
And
Like
them
we
those
need to be
bras
nicer and
are
stop it.
very expensive
Like,
too.
look at
y'all are
They're
it. You
being
very
can
very
clearly
expensive. So
see the bra line right here. Okay. He got the flappy flap in the front for the titties. Okay. Like, you know what? You
yeah.
have the easy
y'all
access for
didn't mute
baby.
the YT man.
So go
Hold
ahead,
on, real quick.
Navi.
Wait.
One second. One second.
Before
Go
they
ahead.
go, before they
One
go, I
second.
just realized what he reminds me of. He
One
looks
second,
like the Stay
improv.
Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters. That's all I gotta say.
So, Pop, since you was out there at the, in the fairy tale land of Europe, do you think a fairy died every time you walked and your booty cheeks clapped? Somewhere in the
And
world,
I'm the only male on the panel.
a fairy died every time you walk when your booty cheeks clap.
Is this how you got your
Like this
following
is
though?
this is diabolical, bro. Like
Is
for
that how
real.
you
Like
got?
I'm
Is this
looking
how you
at
got
your
your
picture.
following,
You
Nappy?
built, yeah. You look like you look like you built like the letter S, lowercase, lowercase. Like this shit here, dog. Like how do those legs hold up all of that weight?
Look at the ankle.
That shit is crazy. I'm telling you, like when you
I
walk, you
mean, the
move
ankles are
like a
so small. He has
waterbed.
loose boots.
Yeah, you move like a waterbed when you walk. That's just some jiggable shit, bro. Like,
Man,
let
y'all
me
have to
explain
stop
something to
muting
you,
me.
bro. You
Navi,
came up.
I want to be clear that the butt part is not what's jiggling. It's the top. Like it just goes
I
straight down.
know.
It's very much there's not a lot of jiggle back
Y'all have
there.
to
Like
stop
it
The
just
muting
back
is
me.
fat
like,
jiggles is what you're saying.
yeah,
The
it's
lower back
the
fat.
Yes, right
top
here.
half.
Y'all have to
Like
stop
Bro,
muting me, man.
hey, bro, like you built out of pure confusion. Like, I don't know, should I flip you upside down so we can get a better idea of what's going on here, or sideways, diagonal, perpendicular? Because the way you built is crazy, like jingle bells mixed with Halloween candy. I'm telling you, bro, like you need to go see somebody about this because I think you might have a condition. You
I am
might have a
extremely
condition.
sexy. Navi, don't do that. Don't be
Oh,
disrespectful.
bro,
I am extremely
bro,
sexy.
This man just say I am
listen,
extremely
I
sexy.
am
listen.
king of
Hey,
kings and
hey,
lord of
bro,
lords, Navi. Don't do
I
that.
understand that people
Now you
can
Jesus?
people can
Don't do that,
identify.
Navi.
I understand that people can identify as what they will in this modern time, and I support it. But you're not going to be able to cosplay as sexy. I'm sorry. That's
Yeah.
just something that we're not going to allow you to do.
Are you
Now,
saying he's trying to
anything.
tether to sexy?
Yeah,
Women tell me I'm
and you're not
magically
even
delicious all of the
you
time.
not even sexy adjacent. You're
I'm
not even
not no
sexy
snack. I'm
adjacent.
a whole meal, Navi. What do you
You
mean?
No,
had
That's
too
what these
many
bro,
women
whole
no,
tell
meals.
me.
What are
What
you
no.
you
You
talking
are
talking
the
about?
You're
about?
not a meal. You're a
population. You are the
buffet.
last supper.
You're not a
You
meal
are the
spur. You're a
last
buffet.
supper.
You a
You are the
whole
last
buffet.
supper.
You're
You're
not a
not a
meal, baby. You're
meal.
a
You're
buffet.
not. You are the last supper. You're like
Man,
the
y'all gotta
supper
stop muting me. This ain't fun
right
if y'all
before
want.
somebody get betrayed. That's what your body look like. Your body looks like betrayal. Your
You
body
can't mute
looks
the
like
entertainment,
Judas.
dummies.
I'm just saying, like,
You're not
hey,
entertaining. You're sad.
No, no,
this
You
is
no.
can't
It's,
mute
crazy,
the
man.
entertainment.
one second, because I'm gonna chime in real quick, and then I swear I'll let you go, Pop. Do you realize that we were up here? If anyone in the comments wants to know how we got here, I was running a prompt. You know, my typical prompt. This is not how we got here, y'all. A YT man came up, one that looked like clavicular, and he looked like a Neanderthal. And so he started calling me racial slurs, attempting to roast me. So I proceeded to start roasting him back, the YT man. Some of my fellow, TikTok mutuals came up on the panel. We all started roasting this YT man. Boom, boom, parents are uncles, inbred, we had pictures. We were bringing up photos of what he looked like. Just it was I even dropped Minnie because she said she don't like chicken, and I was like, no, stay on cold. Everybody likes chicken. We all black. We all like watermelon. Everybody. All right, boom, boom, boom. Black History Month. Let's do this. You know what I'm saying? Like we was really going at it. One band, one sound, as black people against this white troll. Then here comes Pop. Unprovoked, in the middle of our diatribe against the white. I just want to say that the black woman wouldn't have got anywhere if it wasn't for the white woman. So y'all need to be thankful to the white woman. In the middle of Black History Month, this man, in the middle of Black History Month, in the middle of us roasting this white man, comes up to say we would be nowhere if it wasn't for the white woman, and we should be thankful. So that is how we got here, guys. Okay? We were roasting a white man. I'm gonna show you the picture I had. Cherise, can you bring up the picture you had to show everyone how much we were roasting? We were roasting this white man. We said he had the Habsburg jaw. We compared him to clavicular. We were going in, okay? We were roasting. We had Billy with this photo up. We were roasting this white man. And this black man comes in to defend this white man who was calling me a monkey. That's what happened today.
And
That's
you
why we're
forgot the
talking
part where
about
he
fat
came
back
up.
culture. Go ahead,
You
Sharice.
forgot the part where he came up and yelled, "Massa! Massa, no! I got you.
He came
I
up here
got you,
like
Massa."
Cerise. He came up here like, ah, Calvin.
And notice, and let us all take a moment too to notice how he came up to defend the YT man, and the YT man left him hanging to
I was just about to
not be
say that.
to be roasted by his people.
I was just about
Didn't
to say
didn't
that.
come off of mute one time to
Defend
protect him,
him.
to defend him, but he came up
Okay,
here to defend and deflect. And it's
okay,
so much
so
so that for 20 seconds, we almost forgot that we were supposed to be roasting the YT man because he said, "Come here, get at me. I want some of that."
And I just want to point out that this is my prompt, and you have proven it to be correct. Look at
oh
my
yes,
prompt, y'all.
see
No,
that's
no,
what I'm
no.
saying.
Look at my prompt. Tell me how this man did not prove the prompt without knowing he was going to prove the prompt. This is what was up when that white man came up.
He
Quite
didn't even know the prompt when
literally
he came.
proving my prompt.
He didn't even know the prompt when he came up. He kept asking what the prompt was.
Thank you, thank you. That's thank you. So listen, I cannot confirm nor deny what
No, you proved it.
transpires. What transpired.
Hey. Disrespectfully, you are built like a muffin without the bottom. Stay silent.
Oh
Disrespectfully.
gosh.
So like I was
Stop.
saying though, I cannot confirm nor deny that everything Pretty
Sir, stay
said
silent.
was accurate.
Sir,
I came in the
sir,
room. I
if
came in
you
the room
look,
and I just
sir,
went to pew pew. You
sir,
get what I'm trying to
sir,
say? Not
sir.
understanding
No, I don't.
what the thing
I don't.
of what
Sir,
the thing
you are
was with the
built
room.
like a 4
But
month.
you women, but
Okay, fine.
thank you. I've been patient for a minute.
Nobody
Dang.
want to hear you
I'm
though.
trying.
Shut up.
I'm trying to defer to all of these women up here with these mental mindsets. And I want to be clear. I am the only man on the panel. Navi, Navi is in between jobs right now. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It is what it is, and I respect it. Them, they, cousin, whatever he wants to, address himself as. I don't have an issue with that at all. But listen, here's the whole point. Here's the wait, hold up, bro. I let you get it off,
One
so I
second.
can't get off.
Let him land, y'all, as we observe
That's
his
what I'm
ankle.
saying. I ain't
Because
gonna take that
he's
long.
about to cave. If we don't let him land, these ankles about to cave. Go ahead, Pop.
You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I
I ain't
get you. I
trying to
got you.
Let
crash
him
out.
cave.
It's too early to crash out. Hey,
All
but
right,
listen,
I
though,
got
I'm gonna
you.
tell y'all something. Hey, listen, I'm
Never
be
too
honest with
early
you.
to crash out.
I'm be honest with y'all. Listen, I'm be honest. I love black women. I
Uh-huh.
love the size of y'all mouths. I
Yes.
love y'all peach cobbler. I love the
Mm-hmm.
fact that y'all have this education and y'all are making
Mm-hmm.
all this money and y'all do not
Yep.
mind bringing in a man that is lesser than you,
Yep.
housing him, clothing
Mm-hmm.
him, feeding him, allowing this man to drop you
Mm-hmm.
off at work and
Yep.
pick you up with the gas tank
Okay.
on E and pick you up
Mm-hmm.
an hour late. I
Mm-hmm.
love the fact that black women somehow allow
Mm-hmm.
men to have multiple babies with them and still find a way to try to find
Mm-hmm.
love again.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to pay homage to the
Mm-hmm.
black woman because without
Mm-hmm.
y'all, we would
Mm-hmm.
not, we would
Mm-hmm.
not be able to better
Mm-hmm.
ourselves. And thank,
Mm-hmm.
and black men, we have to thank the
Mm-hmm.
black woman that black women
Mm-hmm.
allow us to jump on their
Mm-hmm.
back and they get to carry us to
Mm-hmm.
the finish line. So I just
Mm-hmm.
want to pay homage to y'all. I really do
Mm-hmm.
love y'all, and I mean that from
Mm-hmm.
the bottom of my heart. And I land.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you
So,
so. Go ahead.
yes, I am between jobs. So would you like one? Because that's what I do. I actually hire people, and I'm looking for some employees. So, what type of skills do you have besides eating? Uh,
I know how to
I
protest.
No, 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 no,
uh,
no, no.
what
We
type
let
of
you go.
skills do you have besides eating? Right? I mean, because I haven't actually worked for someone in about 15 years. But I mean, because when you guys come up here and you start attacking my manhood, I'm starting to wondering, like, are you trying to fuck? Because I mean, like, nobody brought up your sexuality, and so I'm a little confused as to why we talking about, my gender, and I'm just wondering, like, is that like a projection? And then you saying I'm between jobs. Are you looking for employment? Because it seems like my attention is what you want. So do you want my attention? Do you need a job, brother? Are you struggling financially? You might need some income that actually can get you to pay the bills and also pay for those shots that you get without putting it on afterpay.
Oh no, not Klarna.
I have nothing against Afterpay or Klarna because it's 60 days and there is no interest. I think that's a really good thing. You know, net 60 for consumers is a really good thing, but I'm a little confused, brother. Like every time I come on these panels, man, y'all be saying some of the weirdest shit to me and y'all got to stop. I need y'all to stop. I need y'all to stop, right? Like if you want to know what I do with my life, all you got to do is go into Google and type in Navi Robbins. There's pages and pages and pages of me. Now, I'm not here to flex, but brother, you came up here cooning. Your knee-jerk reaction was to try to berate black women in the presence of a field white. Now, I understand that, that we all need attention and you want the women to like you, but I don't ever know when this type of speech actually helped you to get attention. And now you are a red flag. That's why you got one coming out your
Man,
pocket.
land that crop duster.
No, why don't you land that 747 that you carrying on your back? Cause your back, you built like a camel. You understand me? Double humpback motherfucker. You look like people take a ride on you in Dubai. You look like a vacation attraction. You understand me? You look you look like you suffer from sleep apnea. You understand? No, and everybody deserves a couple of pounds off. Everybody deserves a couple of pounds off. And you need some, brother. You are rotund. You look like if you tripped and fell, you would rock back and forth. You a roll your boat ass nigga. And you up here talk. Listen, man, like you got Dr. Scholl's things in your inside your shoe, don't you? So it can handle that weight that's sliding on there. You look like you walking on stilts. This is, hey man, look, you're not gonna be able to roast me. I'm an author. I write tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of words off the top. You don't want this smoke. This is crazy, bro. We would have had a one band, one sound, but you came up here protecting Calvin for Candyland. You Candylanders get on my nerves, bro. Like, and you are a black man in Black History Month. You couldn't put that cooning on hold just for 2 more weeks? Just 2 more weeks, brother. You could have given us 2 weeks, but you couldn't. And now look at you. You're going to be struggling with Sahara Dick for a while. If you thought you was going to come up here and get you
Y'all
some.
gonna let this dude talk for 5 minutes?
Hey,
Yes.
Yes, I am. This is actually quite fantastic. It's poetic, actually.
May
You
I?
said you look
May I
like you're
land it?
on stilts. The stilts, I'm taking it. I'm taking it.
now,
It
I
was
know I'm
roll
going to
time,
land with this. I'm going to land with
honey.
this. Pretty intellectual. You know the dance, the African dances, where they do the fast foot dances and some of them come out on stilts. That's him. We gonna get you a job at Carnival this year. That's what we're gonna
May
do.
I? May I get in real quick? Listen,
Jen,
listen,
you got the floor.
Hey man, I like carnival. I do carnival.
listen,
That's yeah.
listen,
I
listen,
rock with
Pop.
that.
This is my issue. This is my issue, right? Um, and I'm gonna say it like this: as a woman who makes it my point to educate young black brothers every day of my life to get them out of the coon position that they tend to find themselves in, looking up to you older generation of coons. It's very difficult to know that you're going to be an elder in their ear. And I'll tell you why. You just taught a young black man how to sell out. Because you really think that your proximity to whiteness is your greatness, when in actuality, it's your biggest weakness. They don't like you. Not because you're not a good guy, not because you don't handle your responsibility, not because you trap. They don't like you. They don't like you. But yet you stand up for something that doesn't like you, but tear down what protects you. I want you to think about that psychologically for like 2 minutes. I want to get serious with you for 2 minutes.
Well, I feel like I need to lay
They
on the couch.
don't,
This is
sir.
therapy. Go ahead, Z.
Sir. No, well, that's what we're not going to do. They don't like you. They don't like you. They don't like us to the point that even when they did the Epstein stuff, black people weren't invited. They don't like you.
Hey,
They're
stop
not.
saying his name on.
Sir. They don't like you.
Just stop saying his
Why? Because he's your savior.
name flag.
Why? Because of your proximity to whiteness. So I'm gonna say this to you because I tried to come with you with just a little bit of resolving love. I'm gonna say this to you. You are a certified coon. When they eat you up and spit you out, I will not cry for you. You are one of the type of humans I refuse to let near me. You will sell out your own mama to get ahead. Any man that does not protect his own is worse
You
than an
got that from me
unbeliever. That,
talking?
sir, any man, you're not going to talk over me. Any man that does not protect his own is worse than an unbeliever. So that tells me you are a godless human. You are so busy trying to prove your greatness through whiteness that you forget that you're leaving your blackness behind. And I'm okay with that for you. You will forever be known as Kuntisha. Forever.
When
I'm
you
I'm
clock
I'm
in, you
gonna
better do
make
what that
sure,
YT man
sir.
say
I'm gonna
before you
make
lose your
sure
job.
I make a video, sir. I'm gonna make sure I make a video, and I want everybody to label you Coon Tisha, because one, you fantasize women and you want to compare your life to women. The fact that you're a man wanting to compare your worth to womanhood means womanhood has more excellence than you. The fact that you came up here
I want to
cooning
live a
for a
soft
white
life
man,
too.
sir. The fact that you
I
are
want to live
up
a soft
here,
life.
sir, nobody cares. The fact that you're up here cooning for this white man also says the same thing. So your name forever will be dubbed Coon Tisha. You're Coon Tisha for life. Somebody write that in the comments. Coon Tisha. Your name is Coon Tisha. You can't even be Coon. You can't even be Coon Wayne. You Coon Tisha, because you would rather be with whiteness and you would rather be against females. Females, your name
Is
is
that
Coon
spelled with the
Teacher.
I
You
or
will,
A?
sir,
With the I
you will
or E?
forever be, sir. I don't care how you spell it, but I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna do. You're gonna spell it on a white man's porch and not a black woman's door. So spell it over there. Go ask the white man how to spell your name, Toby. Kuta Kente. But
I just
Toby.
I
Go
just
over
write.
there, Toby. Go over
Man,
there,
stop.
Toby. Go over there, Coon Tisha. I'm done. Go over
Why
there,
y'all
Coon
keep muting
Tisha.
me?
Because no one wants to hear you.
You sound real ghetto.
Yeah,
Grand
you.
Rising, everybody.
So yeah,
She sound
I'm gonna
real
let you
ghetto.
go. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go, June. In a second. And I just like I don't know how many of y'all know how we got here, but how we got here is very very interesting. So I'm gonna allow a good roasting. And then we're gonna try to move on. You got a little bit of time left. I'm probably gonna spend maybe the next 7 minutes on you, Pops. I'm gonna put a timer above your head. Go ahead, June.
Oh, well, wow. I get to have my turn. Yeah, I've had an experience with pop culture. He was once a mod on Jador's panel. While I was on the panel speaking about a situation, no, I wasn't even speaking, I was talking about marriage and how women live in happy marriages and they should no longer stay in marriages. I was on the panel having a conversation, a very calm and intelligent conversation, until another panelist said, hey, wait a minute, let me interrupt you. I was like, what's going on, girl? I don't like that. She said to the hostess Jador Dior is in the comments. She said, hey, your mod is down there saying something nasty to this woman, to me. This man, Pop Culture, said to in the comments, hey, fellas, let's all go run a choo-choo on June. Let's all go run a choo-choo on June. That's what he said in the comments. The host stopped the conversation to unmod him. She stopped the conversation to unmod him. But then she became, he was on the panel again a couple of days later. But, she stopped the panel to unmod you because you said something very, very disgusting. And yeah, she let you drop me with some money, but, she stopped the panel because you were being disrespectful to a black woman. Yeah, she let you back on, but for the show, she stopped it. And I think we need to understand why that happened. Because you're a dangerous person. But you have money, so they let you back. But although you did what you did, you're dangerous. We all need to block you collectively. You're dangerous to yourself. I'm not sure if it's your hunger, your BMI, or your high blood pressure, or the fact that you know that your life expectancy is dwindling as we are on this call right now. Dwindling less and less and less and less and less. I'm not sure what the problem is, but I think that it is it's not here. You're not gonna find a solution here. I know that I hear hungry nigga on this phone. I know a nigga that sounds like he about to inhale his phone when I hear when he's speaking. You can't hold up your body weight. Your knees are buckling. They're beginning to bow under the pressure of holding up your body weight. Your own body is fighting itself. No, it's not autoimmune. It's just your weight. Your weight is crushing your body. Your legs are crushing. They're going in another direction. That's you. That's your life. Oh, yeah. Hey, Digital, I see you down there, girl. I see you. Yeah. But when I say we have these conversations about men being harmful, you're the man. But they always have a woman hey, Digital, to keep them, prop them up.
Hold on, June. It's not about Jador,
I
though.
know, but she was down in the comments. She spoke to me. But you're the problem, sir. You're the problem. And I think that you come in these spaces just to get the attention. You'll never get outside. As a matter of fact, I know you are. I know you are. You're insufferable. You don't even like yourself. If you make it to the end of this year, you will be even unhealthier than you are right now. You're in pain. You're in a lot of pain. Your life is miserable. It's crumbling before you. So is the plates. All of them. The paper bags, the McDonald's bags, the Chipotle bags, the fast food bags, all of them. Your life is in front of you, and you're eating it up. I ain't got nothing else to say. I think you're just a clown. A big, fat, roly-poly clown with a big, jiggly stomach, titties, and an ass for days. Nigga, you got hips. You got birthing hips. You about to drop a load right now. It's not a baby, though. It's not a baby. I just like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to expose him pretty. Thank you so much.
Oh yes,
Uninterrupted.
oh yes. We yes, this is what we needed because he quite literally put himself here. Like I don't know if you saw or heard my recap, but he put himself here. Did you hear my recap?
Not.
Okay. So this all started because I actually had a prompt that he actually proved, right? And this was my prompt. This man came up. There was a YT man that came up and started making racist remarks. You know the trolls that they're like, no. But instead of dropping him, I kept him up on the panel, and I was like trying to help him kind of increase and better his insult.
Hey, pretty, you went away.
We can't hear you.
You may have gotten a call.
Oh, sorry, y'all. Also, guys, can you please tap the screen? But yeah, so essentially, what I was saying was, I was a prompt. It's this prompt, and a white man came up on the panel to try to do the racist stuff, that all that, and so we did not let him. Or no, I didn't drop him down. We kept him up on the panel, and I was trying to help him get better insults. And, you know, we were helping him work on understanding why calling us monkeys doesn't work, because technically they look more like monkeys than we do, and they're closely related because they're Neanderthals. And, you know, like, we're going through, like, we're comparing pictures. You had Puff come up and say he had the Habsburg jaw. We were all, you know, like, on code, right? On code. In Black History Month, trolling this YT man. We told him to call his supervisor because he sounded like a poor white, like, you know, all the things. Then culture comes up in the middle of 7 black people, 7 black women trolling this YT man. Culture comes up and says, I just want to say that the black woman wouldn't have gotten any of their rights if it wasn't for the white women, so y'all need to be thankful to the black women for your rights. And thus started us trolling big back culture. So I just want y'all to know that if you read the prompt and understand what I'm saying, what I say, and how this happened, how culture quite literally proves the prompt. He came up and heard us going at this man. And because he aligns with his manhood more than he does his blackness, and he hates his blackness so much, he had to come up to defend this white man using white women. That's what he felt the need to do. And these will be the same men who will turn around and say, black women chose white women in feminism before the black man and the black family. These will be the same men. So once again, thank you for the laugh, Sculpture. Thank you for proving the prompt. But I wish not to hear anything else from you at this point. Thank you for that.
I'm just gonna say,
Anyways.
homie looked like a necrotic pimple.
Can I just say something real quick? I just want you ain't even have to bring me into it. You could have said you was on somebody else's panel, and you know I don't like being in drama. This that bullshit I be talking about. And Pretty, you know I respect you and I respect your panel, but you know I don't like being in mess. June could have just said she was on somebody's platform and this happened, but that's okay. Cause I'm not doing this. It's too fucking early. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. But I see how it's going to be, and I'ma just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
say,
I
Jador.
can I can say, like, I can say though that, like, I don't think we needed to bring her into it. I don't think we need to bring her into it, because I think we need to focus on the men, and I'd rather talk about the harmful crap that he said. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do agree with that. That's why I kind of stopped it. But go ahead, Minnie.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree as well that yeah that could have been left out what panel it was on. Aside from that, completely not related to that, Jador, you also heard Pretty recap what happened prior to her doing it just now, and then you were down there caping for him as well. So I think, and this is
What'd
completely
she
separate
say?
from. She said he was just joking. Like she said he was just joking, and sometimes he says inappropriate jokes, and in the I even commented and I said, like, you don't see how the stuff that he's saying, he's not joking, he's just laughing when he says it to make it seem like it's a joke. And I like, and she was one of the people who gifted him, and I think for me it's like, and I also said earlier in the comments as well, like, because she said that's her friend, not too much on him, but you don't see how that man is not your friend because he doesn't like you. Like,
Pop culture tagging me. I'm sorry, Minnie. He said she's always you tagged me. Pop culture. She's always trying to bring down people's lives because her life is trash. What? Stop tagging me. I set a boundary, baby. I even blocked you. I'm sorry, Minnie.
that's okay. I just want to genuinely, I'm trying to be as genuine as I possibly can, Jador, to just hopefully you acknowledge that that's not somebody that you want to be friends with, and hopefully you separate yourself from him, because I can agree with you. Yeah, that your platform didn't have to be brought into the conversation. But aside from that, just protection for you as a person individually, platform or not, I hope that you don't continue to surround yourself by men like him.
She did because she said, again, I'm sorry, it's how I make my money, and she's
June,
trying to
hold
fuck up my
on,
life.
girl. One second, guys. Like, let Minnie finish though. Like, and I got you, June, but let Minnie finish.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I hope that you don't continue to surround yourself by men like that, because I hope that you can see that men like that are not your friend. They are just they just want to be around you because you make them feel better and you feed their ego, but they don't like, it's like it's the trope of keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Like, you're an enemy to him because he literally is speaking about you in a derogatory manner. Like, he literally told all of us, and you are a black woman, that we have whitey women to thank for our rights. And you as a black woman definitely don't have no whitey woman to be thanking for your rights, because we are the reason why they have anything. So I hope that you don't surround yourself by any more men like him. And I hope that you will not continue to call him your friend, because he's not your friend, even though you may be his.
She's gonna keep doing it because he gives her money.
Go ahead.
She
Go
made that
ahead.
very clear.
Go ahead, June. And then I'm gonna say something.
I just read the comment that you made, and I understand, Judah, this is how some people make their money. I get it. I get it. But this is all, I'm going to leave it alone. Said enough. We saw it. We saw it.
This man literally said he's
So
so
let me
happy that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
go ahead. Let me stroll back because I'm like trying to see exactly what he said here. They talk about black men every day. I came in reciprocating energy. You say all you want, all the mean things about black men, and then play victim. Women are so weird. Y'all talk about y'all love black men. You don't have a platform if you keep dealing with him. And I'm a man saying this. This is how I make my money, and she's trying to fuck up my life with a narrative. Okay, so I'm gonna say this. I know what my space is. My space is not every woman's space. And I'm sorry. Like, I'm just going to be blunt, and I don't really care who I piss off because I've seen this happen a few times. There's people who want to have spaces where there's drama. They want to have spaces where there's people paying a drop, doing back and forth. And that is a platform, that is a space for that to happen. And then there are people who want to have space for real conversations, right? I enjoy both of those spaces. I'll go into a space and know the panel is being ran by a black woman, and I will get my ass up on the panel so them dudes will pay to drop me. And I'm not taking that shit personal. Why? Because, yeah, pay the money to drop me. I'm going to say the most diabolical stuff, pay to drop me, all the crap, right? I personally also enjoy the fact that my space over here, I get to have real conversations. I get to sit, I get to talk, I get to enjoy, I get to have conversations, authentic conversations. There's not all this stuff being thrown around, having to count galaxies, having to count this, oh, you this, all this stuff. Let people have the space they want to have. I'm sick and tired of it now. Stop going into people's spaces thinking that their space is a safe space if they never said it was. There's people who do not have safe spaces. They don't have safe spaces. If you don't want to go there, don't go there. Stay in the space that's safe. Stay in the space where people will protect your energy. Stay in the space where people, like, that is why I made a backup page, because I realized there was a duality within me where I'm like, hey, you know what? I'll enjoy a tussle, and I'll run to my backup page and go tussle, and I'll come back over here and whatever, right? Let people enjoy the app the way they want to enjoy the app, y'all. Like, at this point, I'm tired of it, because I've seen plenty of spaces also on this side of TikTok that are very freaking harmful because y'all don't allow women to come up and have dissenting opinions without freaking calling them pick-me's the first 5 minutes and cussing them out. Okay? There was a woman up here, her name is I Love Whatever, and she was very problematic. Her name was I Hate, actually, it was I Hate something. And she's very, very, very problematic, but she was not a pick-me. She was like a princella. Like, she was like so far left, she's right. Like, she was very problematic, but she wasn't a pick-me. But we will throw out pick-me, do all this stuff, and don't actually hear what people are saying, right? And that also creates an unsafe space as well. And she was hilarious, June. She actually, she was freaking funny.
It was hilarious. I was sitting there like, wait, what? How you bring that back around to be
You girl, I'm
funny?
gonna follow you because you're a science experiment. 'Cause I
That shit
don't know
was
what you
hilarious.
thinking, but like she was hilarious. And then I found her on her backup page. Anyways, so, but what I will say is this. My message to you, Jador, relating specifically to culture. Culture is going to put you in a bad position, right? He is going to put you in a bad position. Not because of, there's going to be some women who understand the assignment and come, but culture is going to put you in a bad position. Number one, because he is using your platform to just purposely try to get his shit off with money, right? Because we know he's a big back. And good, take advantage of it. But what he's going to end up doing, and I know it, is he is going to end up ostracizing to the point where he's going to be the only one, right? He's going to be the only one over there at that point. Him and the men like him. Because after a while, women are not going to want to go over there anymore. So there is going to need to be some kind of a balance, and I've seen it happen with many pages that are like that. And those pages typically don't survive if there's not dissenting opinions that are allowed to be dissenting. So for example, there was that one time that lower ninth ward had gotten to a point where right, where he pissed off the women so bad that the women stopped going. The very next day, his views dropped like up to 60%. Why? Because he didn't have the women over there for the dissenting opinions anymore, because he started letting the men take over too much. So you are going to have to strike a balance if you want your thing to be successful. And I think you have like a decent balance. But I'm just saying, people like culture, I think quite literally, he's only over there because he gets no other attention. That's why he came up on this panel to try to do what he did. So Buki, you didn't trigger anything. We roasted you for an hour, and I feel great. June and I are fine, okay? We are perfectly fine. Nobody paid to drop you. There was no extra, nothing going on. We just sat and roasted you for an hour. We're okay, okay? We're fine. Jador, I love you, girl, but just know what he's doing.
And I also will say too, because I agree with you pretty. I don't think, I personally am somebody who I'm disinterested in being in spaces like that where I'm being paid to drop. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with anybody wanting to be in those spaces. But my contention with it, to be honest, is if like, and this is not about Jador, because she's not the only person who has a platform like this. And you and I know personally that I've been in a space with another Black woman who had a space like that, and she did not want people to know that that's what type of time she was on. My issue is not that you have that space. My issue is I don't want to be in a space like that because they are not safe for Black women, and that's what type of time I'm on. And I personally don't appreciate that those hosts sometimes don't want people to know that that's what type of platform that they have to entice women to be over there on purpose. And it's harmful in the manner that I don't want to be over there. And that's not informed consent. Because if I go over there and I hear somebody like Pop who's speaking on the panel and he says something harmful and he's not, checked about that, I'm going to have an issue with that and I'm not going to want to come back, but I'm also going to side eye you because why did that happen and why did that happen unscathed? So I think and I'm only saying this because it's not necessarily that her platform is being targeted in my mind. I think it's more so it sounds like you're scared that there's going to be women like me who aren't going to come over there anymore and
No,
we're contributing.
I don't think that's it. She's not scared of that. She's said what her platform. That's what I'm saying. She's not like the girl that you're talking about, Minnie, because that
Okay.
woman portrayed herself to be a feminist. Jodor has never said that. Like she has said she wants her profile to be her page to be the tussle. And that's my issues. I don't like, especially when it's a woman. There's plenty of men who have neutral pages and they're able to stay successful because we don't expect this of them. Ron does not get this smoke and we go over to Ron's page. Guess why? Ron's a man and we expect him to do that. Like, I don't like when it's only the women that we're expecting to be these safe spaces. Like, if they didn't say it, don't expect it. That's my thing. I'm sorry. If they didn't say it, don't expect it. If y'all see me do that stuff, then please hold me to the fire. If y'all see me have people up here that are harmful, please hold me to the fire. Hold me to the fire because when you strolled in, I said, this is a safe space for Black women. It said it on the little thing. Roll on in. Hold me to the fire. Host a live about me being a hypocrite. Do all of the things because I said that. I said it. But when they didn't say it, stop expecting it. Like, just like, and that frustrates me because I've seen so many really like nice women with good perspectives get ran away because of this shit. And I don't like it. Like, it happened with another lady that I really, really like her perspective, but she's just not all the way left. And we went over there and was just like, you're not creating a safe space. She doesn't go live anymore. It happened with another woman. Like, she was middle of the road. People like, you're not creating. She doesn't go live anymore. And more of these men are popping up with harmful spaces. If we don't have women who are neutral, who have at least a good head on their shoulders, okay, well, if you're going to say this is not a safe space for women, then I'm just going to go ahead and mute you, Alex. You need to shut up. Anyways, so if we're going to sit here and say that she is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not going to allow women to be neutral. We're not going to allow women to be in the middle. Then guess what's going to happen, y'all? The only women there will be on this app are the ones who are all the way to the left or the ones who are all the way to the right. And then there will be more representation of men because there's going to be men to the left, men in the middle, men to the right, men in the middle left, middle right, middle da 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 da, and they will be overrepresented and now will be inundated by males' voices. That's what's going to happen. Let these women have their spaces. If you don't like it, block them. Like, I that's the thing that, like, it just grinds my gears. I'm sorry, Zen. Go ahead.
I want to say this. You're absolutely correct. As a woman who tried to awaken Black consciousness, I find it difficult to stay a streamer. I've actually thought about leaving streaming altogether.
Your page is one of them that I'm talking about, Zen. Just saying.
Right. So yeah, I've thought about leaving altogether, and I do get frustrated with as a content creator. I do get frustrated with trying to offer balance, right? Balance in your humanity. I get tired. I get frustrated, and in the messed up part, and I'm about to cuss. That's how irritated I am. But and then I hear the men, and the weird part is, I hear men say women can't teach men anything, but yet I hear the men go back and speak my words on their panels. And I find that very disingenuous. So when the men say my own words, the stuff they learn from me, they'll shadow me. They'll come in under whatever pages. They learn some words. They go out and then they speak it as if they're the ones with it. And then I hear men and the women, oh my God, you're so amazing. And the guy like, yeah, and so and so and so and so and so and so. Oh my God, he's so intelligent. He got it from me. He got it from me. And so, but instead of saying, hey, I learned this from Sister Zen, y'all need to go over there and check her out, what they do is they placate the stuff as if it's them, and it's not them. And so I'm like, you know what? Am I in the right space with the right message? Am I here to do the right thing? And it makes me I've actually stepped back to streaming only once or twice a week, but I've thought about not streaming at all. And I get so sick of it. And I'm gonna tell you why I jumped in on Pop, because I did. I absolutely jumped up on Pop. Not when he made the initial statement about black women should praise white women. I jumped on the panel when he said, they put up his picture and he said, but y'all should have empathy for my condition. You want the very people that you said were worthless to come and actually give you compassion and empathy on you being a fatback. So that's what made me jump up and say, sir, how can you disenfranchise, for whatever your reasons are, valid or otherwise, how can you come in and disenfranchise a people and basically say they are beneath another thing, and then come back and say, have empathy and compassion for my condition? That was the moment that set me off. And I'll tell you why. It set me off. It set me off because that is exactly what black women have had to do their whole lives. And me being an older black woman, coming from a generation where segregation was a new thing, the way it hit me is probably not the way it hits, other generation of women. I'm going to tell you why they hit me hard. My mother was a seamstress. She was one of the best seamstresses ever. And I mean really good. I remember my mom making a dress for this YT woman. I remember her making this dress for this YT woman. Beautiful gown. My mom was the girl. So the lady goes off, wears a dress, comes back and says, I want you to be my seamstress. I want you to be on retainer. My mom said, okay. But when the woman asked who made the dress, she said, I'm the designer of the dress. She took the credit from my mom. I don't think we understand that whiteness takes credit for the things black women do. And then to take that and say, but protect me with your black feminine ability. Take your black womanhood and protect my ego, but also understand if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have. I think that's mad weird. And for me, being a Gen Xer, that is vastly disrespectful. I've never met Pop. I don't know him from any other panel because I don't jump in too many people's panels. I don't fool with him that way. I don't even know him. But I know that he's the type of human I definitely can't get with. Anybody that coons, even in playing, even if it was just a simple troll, even in playing, not knowing the pain of what black women had to endure in the 70s and 80s. In the lieu of that, understand, my mother was the first black woman to graduate from her high school. She was the first to graduate from her high school. My mother was egged. My mother had to sit backstage because they didn't want her in the auditorium with the YT kids. So she come from the backstage onto the stage to get her degree and go backstage, and had to leave out the back auditorium door. She couldn't even stay for the commencements. My mother was egged. My mother was talked bad to. She was called all the names pretty that you got called by that YT man when he walked up in the stream. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for me, I can't speak for nobody else. I will defend black men, black women, and black children before I ever coon up to whiteness, because I know what cooning actually turns into. It turns into a black person's demise. And the fact that you are playing, even if it's just simple trolling, the fact that you will placate that and think that that is healthy, knowing what I know. And that trauma sat with my mother till she passed at 34 from cancer. My mother wanted to go to college, was fearful to go to college in 1972 because of the trauma she suffered being integrated at 10th grade to this high school where she was mishandled every single day. I say all that to say this. We had to fight for our education. We had to fight to get ourselves in the door. We had to fight to be seen as Black women. We had to fight to be respected as Black women. YT women did nothing but throw us under the bus. So when you have those kind of comments, you are taking away what we had to do to become the thing that we are today. I'm not trying to hear nothing else nobody trying to say. I'm almost 50 years old. If my mother was alive, she'll be 74. What we not going to do is trample over my mother's story. And if you want to know the high school, I'll give you the high school. Polytechnic High School, Fort Worth, Texas, 1972. Go look it up. Because that's Black history. That's Black history. Do more than just open your phone and troll. Why not pick up a book, pick up some history, and learn something? So what we not going to do is act like the stuff that's being said on this app is for cap. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And one thing, if anybody knows me, pretty, if anybody follows me, everything I speak has facts attached to it. I have never made a statement without being able to prove its validity. So that's not, yeah. So that's not what we about to do. I watched what it did to my mother, and I was guaranteeing that it will never happen to me. I'm one of those. I'm Black, y'all. I'm Black, y'all. I'm biggity, biggity, biggity Black. But now that I'm watching the separation of Black, I don't know where to be. So I'm not on the app like I used to. Yes, pretty. I am losing my interest in trying to educate people on the system that is breaking them. I'm almost out of here for that very reason. And you're right. It's going to be more controversy and less intellect on this app. Not on this app, but just on social media altogether. Because we are separating ourselves from actually just dealing with it all. We care to show up. People like me, the educated ones, the ones that reach back into the culture and say, listen, let's get our Black excellence back. Let's get ourselves above. Let's read this dictionary. Let's get into these words. Let's do it. Let's do the work. People like me are becoming a lost voice. Y'all want better women, but y'all don't support the better women who want to create the quote unquote better women. Y'all want better men, but don't support the people who are trying to promote and have better men. Y'all want us to remain uneducated and slow. And then when we literally walk ourselves back on the plantation, you're going to be mad about being back on that plantation. Like at some point, y'all got to decide who y'all want to be. And you're right. And you know, that triggered me pretty. I normally don't monologue like this on nobody's panel, but that triggered me. Yes, y'all are losing the good Black folk because all y'all want to do is be disturbing Black folk. And that hurts my heart. And I wish y'all the best with that. Thank you for having pretty. Thank y'all everybody for coming through. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, I'm about to disappear off this app. I'm only on once, maybe twice a week now. And it ain't never been about the money. I have it. It's been about truly trying to educate and advance our people. Because right now, if y'all don't know the statistics, this is why I'm out here. In 2052, we will be 2% of the population. If we continue to go the way we're going, we would be 2% of the global pop, 2%. We're talking about Black Americans. We will be less than 2% of the population if we continue on this trend by 2052. We're going extinct. It's fun now, but in 2052,
I don't know if I
we will
think we're
go
gonna
extinct.
we have the highest risk of going extinct. I think unfortunately, we continue to have children without provisions for them continuously. I mean, really, Africa is the only continent of Black people that is still above the birth replacement rate when it comes to birth. So,
Yeah, when we talk about blackness on a global scale, no, I didn't say blackness on a global scale. I'm talking about if you call them FBAs or whatever, we're out of here. We're talking about the actual ones who came over here as slaves, their descendants, and the culture that is associated with them. We're
mhm.
already being replaced, but we will be less than 2% of the population.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
thank you for having me, pretty. I appreciate you. I'ma go. But thank you all for being here. Like I said, Pop, I don't know you. I really don't. And I pray you have a conscience and you kind of do better with
He
that.
won't. He's
I
hopeless. He's
understand.
hopeless. He's
I
hopeless.
wish you the best with that. All right, baby. Have a good
Yeah,
day.
he, no worries. He's hopeless. I just like he's hopeless. He came up here to do exactly what he did, and kind of. I mean, they both derailed my topic, so I'm not gonna blame him. But either way, does anyone have anything else to say about the previous conversation before we move it into the prompt?
Yeah, I just wanted to, because I hear you. I do. And I think I understand it from both ends. Like, I do believe that there's nothing, like I said, I don't believe that there's anything wrong with spaces like that. But also, I think it is really unfair, especially because everything that we have to go through, especially on this app, but also off this app and off social media just in general. I think it is really unfair to expect Black women specifically to not immediately expect and seek solace and asylum and sanctuary from another Black woman. So if I'm on a panel with a woman who it looks like me and I'm expected to not see her as like that, I think that that's unfair. It doesn't change the fact that not all Black women, or not even Black women, but it doesn't change the fact that not all women are able to be a solace and an asylum and a sanctuary. It doesn't change the fact that there are way too many pick-me's out here. It doesn't change the fact that there are women who don't want to be that. It doesn't change that. But it's unfair that with everything that we experience, to ask me not to expect that even when I don't get it, because we need it. Like, we are the lowest on the hierarchy. We are denigrated by every single demographic, including our own. And
So,
then
Minnie,
there's, I think that that's unfair to
Minnie, are you
ask me
telling me
to.
that you're expecting the most unprotected people on this planet to protect you?
No, just to stand with me. I'm not expecting protection at all. I'm expecting, like, that is my immediate expectation, is the best word that I can use to like describe it. Is I'm not expecting you to put yourself in harm's way for me. I'm just expecting you to see me as I see you. Like, when I see a Black woman being harmed, especially on this app, or even a woman period, because I have come out of the comments and onto the panel to protect women that I don't even mess with. And I know that that's not going to be something that everybody is even capable of doing, because there's way too many people out there who are like, if I don't like you, it's F you all day. And I understand that. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with people having that mindset. I don't think that there's anything wrong with people not wanting to be that either. Like, but that is how, where I am and how I am. And I think that that's unfair to want me to change because people don't want to be that. I do think that it's very fair to make sure that I and people like me are grounded enough to be able to remind ourselves that just because you expect that, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen, and you have to be okay with that. And I am personally, and I know the message isn't just about me, because there are plenty of women like me who believe that, and they are not capable of having that duality of saying it's okay for other women, specifically Black women, to not be that. But I think again, it's unfair to ask us to not expect that. But I do think it's very fair to remind us that just because we expect it, that doesn't mean that's the reality and that's what it is. And it also doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with it either. I
Okay.
hope that makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, I want to respond, but let me let a couple people have their hands up. And I know we have new people on the panel, but I'm gonna chime you guys in when we get to the prompt. Sharice and then Whitley.
Yeah, and Minnie, I do understand what you're saying, but I know that we all know that the things that we talk about and the way that we speak on them, we are a minority of women. So to expect women to be on the same page in any circumstance when you walk into a room or a space at all, to come off of that, I mean, just to be frank, male centeredness for a moment, to stand with you is like we're maybe misunderstanding how many women hold that or uphold that. Like we literally are the minority. And so it's just like, for me in neutral spaces, that's never the expectation. You know, do I expect them to drag me to hell? Absolutely not. But do I expect them to come to my defense in a certain way? No, no, because it's just not. I don't even know if they have the tools half the time to even do it. I'll just land there.
I also think that if we expect that, then there's quite literally no point to saying we need to deconstruct, because that's deconstructed behavior. Like that's deconstructed behavior. And if we think that we have all deconstructed, then there's no point in having these conversations. But since we know that we haven't, then I think expecting that will only set ourselves up for disappointment. But go ahead, Willie.
Good morning, everybody. I came in late, but I caught like enough. And I would say the only reason that I have been in her lives is because I've seen her on Pretty's platform. And the first time that I spoke on her panel, the topic was actually really good, and that the conversation was flowing. And then I remember the man, it was FMF. I feel like I seen him in Pretty's panel at Space before too, but he started
Now, you've seen his face because I've been trolling and dragging him all over.
Girl, that face. I actually clicked on the profile and oh my God, I understand why he talked like that. But him and T'Challa who was in here and Alex who was in here, T'Challa was her mod. She was getting her hair done, so he was the one that was supposed to be, governing the people. As soon as FMF and Alex start to derail the conversation and start to target black women, there was nobody like doing anything about it. I start over talking the men like they were over talking me, and he instantly mute me up. So I think we have to be wise enough to use our brains to observe the environments that we're going in. But I don't really be expecting, he is something, my God. But I think in history itself, it has shown that there always has been spectrums of blackness. So expecting another black woman to protect me off bat is just setting myself up for disappointment and to just harbor unnecessary emotions, because it would be nice to think that black women understand our position and we create safe spaces for each other. But I think, like Pretty said, everybody isn't creating these platforms or creating these dialogues that actually benefit the black community. They are working off the divisiveness of it and they're profiting from it. I don't think that necessarily makes them a bad person per se, but black capitalists is a real thing. So the more that we start to identify the different consciousness that's present, the more that we're able to determine from there like who gets our support or who gets what. But there's a lot of men that's in her space that's problematic that go unchecked, but they add to the rah rah rah, of the content, and soon as they start acting like that, more people come into the room. So I think also just being able to determine like what people are working on will allow us to smartly use our energy in the right places. But all skin folk is not kin folk, and that includes other Black women. That's not divisive. That's just calling a pot black like it is, and being able to be okay with that, because I don't need a whole community of Black women if some of them are going to be useless. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but like everybody is not on the same path of alignment of raising the consciousness, like Zen said. But I feel like for those of us who are aware, the only thing that we can do is continue to be a touch point for those who are looking for people like us. If we keep allowing the others to build platforms and smother us out, those of us who are actually looking for that same kindred spiritness are kind of left out in the cold and left out in the dark. So that's all I gotta say.
I will I will just for a little bit of clarity, um I don't expect that from neutral spaces or spaces where it is male centered, but my standpoint is really stemming from when I walk into a space and I don't know what's happening here. If I know that it's supposed to be a neutral space, or it's supposed to be a space like that where they're paying to drop and stuff like that, I'm no longer expecting it. I'm strictly talking about when I walk, like, when we're scrolling and I see a Black woman who's hosting a space and I don't know her, I've never seen her, we've never interacted. I just so happen to fall upon her live, and the conversation is good, and I'm reading the room to see like what's going on here, and I'm like, okay, it seems fine, and I then will be comfortable enough to go onto the panel. Like, that's what I'm saying, is when I expect it immediately. But I'm not, it doesn't change the fact that my guard is up. And I also want to make sure, like, people, because we're not just talking about many, I also want to make sure for people, specifically Black women who feel the same way that I do, that shouldn't change the fact that your guard should still be up. You can expect that, but don't not recognize that that's not reality. Don't not recognize that just because that's what you want, that doesn't mean that somebody else has to want that. And it's okay for them to not want that just because you do. And I think that that duality is really important. And I also agree with the standpoint from Pretty standpoint, because I understand where she's coming from as well. And this is something that I do. It doesn't have to be announced to everybody that that is not a quote unquote safe space. Like that, I don't think that that's necessary all the time either, depending on how harmful. Like, it's okay for those spaces to just be there and for you to silently say that's not for me and to bow out. And Pretty, the person that we were talking about earlier, whose space that I found out was not that,
Mm-hmm.
even to this day, she has no idea that I like she has to my knowledge, I don't think she has any idea. Haven't blocked her, haven't spoken to her since, haven't been in her space. Sometimes she'll come on my FYP and I just keep scrolling. Like, I think that that's what you might be speaking about, is we don't need to say it out loud. We can just silently say this isn't for me and to leave, and allow other people who do want to participate in that to participate in it happily. And I think that's just what I'm trying to say, is on both ends. I think, like, for me, it's unfair to think that I can just magically stop expecting that from Black women, even though I know that I'm not going to get it from every Black woman. But also, to your point, I definitely agree. We should not also be expecting those women to stop what they're doing to be on our type of time just because we think that they should. Because they don't have to, and there's nothing wrong with them not doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that I genuinely I think what I've learned in these streets is like I go everywhere kind of with my guard all the way up. Just because I understand deconstruction. I was talking about this conversation with I was talking about this with Bree one time, and I was like, how long do you think that deconstruction is actually gonna take? Like, how long do you think it would take? Like, and we had to both come to grips with the fact that we're not gonna be alive to see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it even happened, we're not gonna be alive. Like, this took thousands and thousands of years to build. Thousands of years to build. Like, I mean, we're not gonna see the day when the majority of women say F these, N words. Like, we're not gonna see it. We can push towards it. Doesn't mean it's hopeless, but just kind of contend with the fact that we're not gonna see it. Like, that's just, I just think like we'll get to somewhere, but I don't think it's gonna be fully undone. And there was one time that there was a lady up on the panel. She's like, I don't think it's that hard. I think we can reach everybody. And I was like, how? Like, and we were breaking it down about how we actually think this would happen. And I don't know. Like, I know we're gonna make progress, and we have already made progress. I just don't think I'm gonna be alive to see the end. You know what I'm saying? To see what this actually is gonna become. But anyways, go ahead, Miss Chris.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Oh, she's gone. Somebody said be with the F. Y'all need to stop telling on me in these comment sections, okay? Stop telling people where I be on my backup page. Y'all need to stop it. I do be over there with the
Can I say
FBAs.
the FBAs get on my nerves? Can I say that?
Listen, I
Oh,
be tussling. I find it
my
hilarious. I find it
deepest,
fun.
my deepest nerve, like in the depths of the nerves.
They stress me out so
Pastor,
bad because they sound like racist whites, but they're black. And so my like fight or flight is like to talk to them like racist white folks. But I'm like, wait, these my people. What? Hold on. Like I'm confused.
And here's the thing: by their logic, I am one of them, but I am not one of them. I am like, for generations, my family has been here on this land, and at the same time, ick.
Can we take a moment of reverence,
well, hold
y'all?
on. Go ahead.
I just wanted to take a moment of reverence for 20 seconds to acknowledge that we've been live for like what, 2 hours now? Maybe 2 hours and 20 minutes. And not we have collectively come together to shit on a YT person who was trying to be graces. We have collectively come together to shit on a black man who is a coon. And now here we are having a very civil conversation, and not one time did we speak on the prompt, which we were here gathered here today to talk about how black men choose their manhood over their blackness, but black women do the exact opposite. Meanwhile, they be sitting up here trying to say that we just love the SHIT on men and that we can't agree on nothing. And when we had a conversation about women, it was so civil. When we came together, we come together when we come together, y'all. And we have not talked on the prompt once. Can we just have a moment of reverence for that?
I agree. Go ahead, Bastard.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Um, Thank you for having me on your panel, Pretty. I have to say, when I saw your face and then hearing the backstory, because I came on when you guys were bashing him, and I was like, he must have done something. I immediately knew. I was just scrolling, and I immediately knew, and I was like, let me climb on this, because he must have done something for these women to be bashing on him. And then when you told the story and I saw your face on the screen, I was like, she is lovely. So that man definitely just has hate in his heart. And I'm old enough to recognize that I need to protect my energy, speaking on what some of the people were saying, about like, it's my own. When you see people of color and they're acting like they're oppressors, they're not your own people anymore. They have been hit by that virus and they're not coming with you. And I always say to people, I'm not an idiot whisperer. I am not here to convince people of something that's it they're willing to die for. Because that cool man that was on here, he's willing to die for the same thing that's killing him. And speaking to your prompt, which is the patriarchy. And I always say this to black men: you are as dangerous to me as the white woman is to you. Okay? Because you will always pick your manhood over your blackness when it comes to a black woman. And when you look at, like, and I'm going to talk only in this country because I'm a born and raised American person. I'm not a black person from Africa who came here, um, when you look at men who gain, well, they want to throw us as power. A lot of them, they are going through the struggle with a black woman, make it and get themselves a white woman. Because at the end of the day, power wants to mimic power. And if you haven't been decolonized, and if you don't see power within yourself, then you're unable to see that that's not power. That's just a virus, right? So then the moment that they get power, they want to mimic what is power. And that's why after slavery, as the black man began to get more power, he became the most dangerous to the black woman. If you look up the statistics of women who become unalived, I think like 86% of them are by their intimate partners or ex-partners. So the black man is not just dangerous to us on the outside world. I was on a panel where the guy was like, well, we need to protect you because when you go outside at night, you need protection. I was like, yeah, we need protection from you. And I'm more likely to be unalived at home before I go outside at night at any time of the day. And that's actually something that is a problem for all women. And now when I see women of color and they're also upholding the patriarchy, I recognize that at the end of the day, in order for these systems of power to work, they have to make it so that they don't have to be constantly involved. It has to be like a revolving door that kind of works for itself. So you're going to have the women who uphold it. And the only way I came to understand it is I'm a black woman, but my parents were born in the Dominican Republic as black people that they are, and we're Catholic. And women are the ones who raise children. So it's women at home who are teaching that misogyny to their sons. They're also teaching it to their daughters. I grew up in a community where they would say, lock up your bitches because my dog is out, and that's a very misogynistic thing to say. And that's women who are saying that. So a lot of the misogyny that the black men uphold is because they have that privilege to be in this world and move without the worrying in the same way that we have to worry, and that they're never going to want to give up that power. It's the same way like the white woman wants to be accepted by her man, because the white tea woman isn't cared for by her man either. The white tea man doesn't care about anybody but self, and you clearly see that in what's happening in the politics of this country. So I've learned to recognize when a space, because sometimes spaces are quote unquote put neutral, but I'm very much awoke. And I have 3 children. I'm raising a black woman in this world, and I'm raising 2 black men in this world, because I'm not raising children. I'm raising adults who are going to be self sufficient. And more importantly, they're going to move for the unity. But when I recognize that there's people that you're not here really to empower us, then I leave those kind of spaces. I always say it's not my job as a person of color to speak on racism. That's a white tea problem, and they're the ones that need to fix it. The only thing I could talk about with my community is how to fortify us, how to keep us safe. You understand? It's in the same way. It's not my job to speak on the fact that men commit most homicides in the world. It's men that have to be introspective and think about that and change that. The only thing I can do is, again, fortify the community that these people are harmful for and try to keep us strong. That's the only way that we're going to make it. And I'm going to land it with this. I do agree with you that I'm not going to be alive for a time that I'm going to see us rise again, unfortunately. But I understand that, I am here and I'm at the point that I am because of those that came before me. And it is my job and duty to ensure for those that are going to come after me. I'm a Yoruba woman, and understanding that I'm not just here for me right now. I am representing my ancestral line, and I'm ensuring it that it continues to survive for as long as this planet continues to be here. And once again, thank you for having me on your panel. I really appreciate this space. And that was a great start to my morning. All that back and forth with
Thank
that poor
you.
gentleman. I have to say, last thing, those people, they're mentally ill. They have self hatred. When you have self hatred, that's a mental illness. What they really need is to be treated like the traumatized individuals that they are. Because when you're aware, you recognize that person is hurting and they cannot even understand it. And those same women, too, they're hurting. It's pain that's driving them and they're lost and confused. And that's how I treat them. They're the mentally ill. I am not a professional in that area, so I tread lightly around them.
That was a
Thank
whole
you.
word. Yes, ma'am. Does anybody want to say anything else before we suit up, y'all? All right.
I do. I
Okay, go
don't.
ahead, Whitley.
I disagree with this whole we're not going to see it in our lifetime thing because there are elders who never thought they'd see a black president. And it happened. I think millennials are kind of like the first round of women who got to see what it's like to live by themselves and all that other stuff. My mama and my grandma was not raised like that. So I think because we are in the age of information, the more women that talk about their experience, the amount of times that I have seen a TikTok video that I watched from some random black auntie become true in a barbershop by watching a bunch of men talk and have discussions. Like, again, I think spiritually, there is something that is happening that's shifting, and those who are able to catch it will catch it, and those who are going to be left behind are just going to be left behind. I don't think everybody has the courage to be able to shift into the changes that's happening, but I've just seen too much already for it to not to believe that the deconstructing is going to move on an impactful level that we'll really get to see like it shift how society is changing. But already the birth rates are dropping, and now they're scrambling to make laws and talking about these camps for single people. I think change is happening. That was it. I don't agree with that. We don't know what's going to happen, but the more people like Pretty and Zen and others in here who are encouraged to start to use their knowledge and their platforms to educate, the more people that will reach. I don't think it's going to be instantly like they drink the Kool-Aid and ooh, they woke. I think it's just more so about planting the seeds. And when it's time for it to bloom, it will. But I think for those of us who are anointed, our only goal is to get the information out there. So those who are meant to like, I don't know, start the flame, or I can't think of an analogy right now, but the work will be done. It's just, are we going to continue to have the courage and the autonomy to be able to speak up against it? Although we see this influx of others who are seemingly really against the uprising of black women specifically. And that's all I have right now.
I think that it just really depends on how you define it. Like, if we're talking about it being seeing the remnants of having these conversations and women following suit, then yes, we will see it. But if we're talking about actual bringing down of the patriarchy, actual deconstruction amongst the youth, I agree. I don't think that that's going to be in our lifetime. But I mean, that is a sweet thought to have, but I just have to agree that I don't think that we're going to see it in this time.
You have to understand
And I
that the
think
women who I'm sorry. I just wanted to comment to something really quickly. I just think that the women, as more educated women become, the less likely they are to get married and have children. And so the people who are having children, I see they're not really educated, so they're perpetrating it. So in my home, I can see it. I see even how my son talks to his father and him questioning the misogyny without realizing it. You know, my 16-year-old just turned 16, and I was like, oh, it's a sweet 16. And the father was like, no, that's just for girls. And my son was like, but I want to be celebrated. Why can't it be a sweet 16? Am I not allowed to feel happy about it? So you are going to see it individually in your own homes and community, but collectively, I see that the opposition is working very, very hard. And the reason they're working very hard is because they're seeing that uprising. But that's why I say it's not going to be something that we're going to see collectively in my lifetime. And I'm an older millennial. I was born in 81. I'm a 44-year-old woman. So, like I said, I do see how that shift has changed because I have older friends who are Gen Xers, and I am associating with some of the Gen Zs, and I do see it in a certain way. But unfortunately, the opposition, the devil works hard. That's all I have to say.
And I think, like, for me, like, when I'm saying we're not going to see it, I'm specifically speaking to us seeing the majority of women, the majority of Black women and women in general, choose their womanhood over their race. You think that we're going to see a collective of Black women pick Black women's issues over Black men's issues? You think we're going to see that?
I think that the Black woman
No,
has
one second.
too
I was
long.
asking.
Oh,
Give me one moment. Let me let Whitley.
I will have to sit with that for a minute because you said the majority, the majority, the majority. I will have to sit with that and I'll get back to you.
Just like 2 to 3 business days.
Yeah, I gotta really sit with that because I don't know. I feel like again I be on this. There's spectrums of blackness and womanhood, and
Yeah.
from what I keep seeing, especially when I've been having a lot of Black women come and sit in my chair because I've been marketing on TikTok. And I don't know them people, but when we start to have a conversation, for whatever reason, they are also feeling the shift. They are also focused on their career and having a more meaningful life. And it's not centered around having children or being married. So, like Bastet said, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. I can see how it can be like in our immediate community, but not in the collective. So that's why I have to sit with it because I'm not being introduced to all types of women. And right now, the new influx of Black women that I am meeting, they just seem to be on the same type of time or alignment that I have, and we've never met before. So
That's fair.
I gotta sit with it.
I was just gonna say to it that we must understand that from the inception of Black folks being freed in this country, the Black man was given privilege first. So I think for far too long in the history of Black people in this country, the Black woman has always felt like, let's create this platform for this Black man, and because he has the opportunity before us, and somehow he's gonna come back and bring us along with him. And the truth of the matter is that not enough of these Black men who, at the end of the day, have been supported because you came from a Black woman. So you've been supported. You were made and nourished by a Black woman. And not enough of them are turning back around and using their privilege to pull the rest of the community, really the women, forward, you know? And an African proverb says this, a man is born, an individual is born. A woman is born, a nation is born. That's why they keep creating this rhetoric of, can women really raise boys? Can they raise children alone? Dude, we raise children. even in quote unquote nuclear families. I mean, I recall growing up, my dad was there. My dad has always been there, but he wasn't the one doing the nuances that it takes to raise a child. So the biggest influence on all the children that are going to grow up and become adults is their mother, unfortunately. And I say that unfortunately because the more of those women that are having children are the ones that are not that woke. They're not the ones that are caring that much. And more importantly, they're still giving that patriarchal, misogynistic ideology to their children. And it just affects us differently as boys and girls growing up under those circumstances. So that's the first part I think that women need to understand and look at the history. Have the black men who've been given this platform where we've been upholding them and pushing them forward, have they come back and protected us? Have they come back? And once they realize that, and then they start doing that introspective and realize it's not even your fault, I think that once we're able to do that, we'll be able to convince more of them. And once we have women under that, where when Whitney is saying, there are spectrums of blackness, I call it is mental illness. And some of us have come out of it, and some of us are more hooked. Some of us are in different areas of that mental illness.
Thank you, Mr. Let's go ahead and move to the prompt and move to Alpha. Go ahead, Alpha.
Oh, I was just enjoying the dialogue. I was just kind of picking up on the feminist buzzwords and kind of seeing where people are at. I like to understand where people are coming from and kind of see where they're kind of mixing it up. So that's been my main thing. I really don't know what to make of the prompt, honestly. Black men choose manhood over blackness. I guess it depends on what you're describing blackness is. Like what makes a person black in the first place by this prompt. Black men expect black women to choose blackness over womanhood. I actually don't. I expect any woman that I deal with to choose womanhood over to be the first thing that she chooses. I like women, so I don't know why I would ask her to choose anything else before her womanhood. So I guess I'm confused by the terms.
I think you are too, because you said that we're using a lot of buzzwords. I think that you just hear words that you've heard before, and then you think you have something profound to say about those words because you're having feelings about those words, but you actually did not think about anything the entire time you've been on this panel and in this live and in the comments. I think that's odd that you want to sit up here and panel princess, but you don't even know what these words mean. That it's weird to me. I need you to try to formulate an actual thought, one
So
that's not
before
given to you by other people.
you mean like a lot of your BS? But anyway, what I was saying is that I'm open to understanding it, but I want to get the definition from the source because I don't know what perspective this is coming from. So when I hear a lot of buzzwords, and I call them buzzwords because not every woman who uses these words understands the origin, the root, why we say these things, who prompted us to say these things, who taught us that these things are pro-black or anti-black. So you really have to clarify definitions before you can have a discussion.
I'm glad you said who prompted us, because do you know what prompt means?
I know what the word means.
Okay, this is a prompt. So you read it and you tell us what you think. And you've already told us what you think, that you don't have any real thoughts without some being given to you. So, I mean, did you want to stay up on the panel? I don't think you have much to add to the
I think
conversation.
I answered the question as best as I can with understanding of the words. I don't necessarily think that a person, especially for me, a woman, I would not ask her to choose blackness over womanhood. Womanhood is primary. And don't think as a black man myself, I would necessarily choose blackness if it's at the sake of my manhood, because I feel that most men feel like they're men first. Like if I have to choose between my race, which can be a construct, versus who I am biologically, probably going to decide with what I am biologically.
But that's not true. You do expect black women to choose their blackness over their womanhood, because even in the
Explain.
comments you have made, you even like added me to say that we are being anti-black on this panel, and then you followed up by when I asked you how and to explain further in what way we're being anti-black, you literally said if you are not centering your man, then you are the enemy. That is
Yeah.
literally you expecting us to choose our blackness over womanhood because you want us to center our man, which black women are the most race loyal of any demographic. So that would be a black man. And you're asking, and you literally called it anti black for us not to choose our man over choose having a conversation in good faith. Like, I don't know why you're on this panel pretending like you don't understand the prompt when you literally just added me to tell me the very thing that you're claiming on this panel and switching up to pretend like you didn't say. Like, why are we
It's not.
lying? Just
So
just be
here's the thing.
honest.
What I am talking about when I'm talking about blackness, what I am talking about is black family. I am talking about black community. I'm talking about black culture. If you are telling me as a black woman to say that you're not going to center yourself around your better half, then there's no way that you can be a proponent of black family, which is the safest place for black women. It's the safest place for black children. And I'm not saying that men shouldn't do the same thing. It's equal. Men should center around their women and create families and create structures around those families and protect those families. So if you have a woman saying that, no, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to center around myself, then that traditionally pushes you out of the collective. So don't ask for protection. You don't have it because you didn't center around anything that could protect you. You centered around yourself. And so you're out in the world butt booty naked, and that's what you get.
But this
Remember
is
what
a
I said
conversation
earlier?
about, oh,
Remember what I said earlier? I'm a person that works with victims of domestic violence here in New York City. Most of them are women of color, black women, and their families. And by their families, sometimes it's a man. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. Alpha said, in the black family community, the black woman is more likely to be unalived by her partner, by that same person that's supposed to provide and protect her. And when you say, well, you're out in the world but as naked, we're out in the world but as naked, and who's the biggest harm to us is going to be a man, whether it's a black man
Hold
or
on,
a man
hold
of
on.
any race, it's always going to be a man.
Hold,
So what you're saying right there and then already contradicts it. And I'm not talking about what I feel, what I see in my community. I'm talking about the numbers and the fact. The CDA has those numbers on tag. 90% of women are more likely to be unalived right now. 1 in 4 women are being unalived every day. Sir, what you're saying about family, this is why women are censoring themselves, because in the nuclear family ideology, that's also a construct that was created to uphold patriarchy. Because at the end of the day, the reason why women are choosing not to join this institution, because that's what they are. If you have to sign and get a license, it's
I'm
an
sorry, y'all.
institution.
Question: did Alpha get a chance to talk yet?
Yeah, he
yeah,
did. He
yeah,
asked me.
she's responding to him.
I talked it a little bit.
Oh, okay,
I was
Yeah,
cool.
responding to
she's
what he's
responding to
saying
him right now.
about the fact that he's talking about black families. So I'm just letting him know I'm not talking about feelings. I'm talking about facts. I'm not
Okay,
talking about
well,
the
let me.
individual. And when you're answering to a prompt, we need to learn when we're being intellectual, we're not talking about how we feel about something. We're talking about how we recognize it's affecting the majority, because the sums of its parts are now bigger than the whole. And again, the number says 90% of women are more likely to be unalive by their partner. So tell me, sir, with that number, how is it that I am safer in my home? And then if I go
Okay,
outside, I'm still gonna
we'll
get
do. We'll
unalived by
do.
another
We'll
man.
do. Okay, I'll
And
explain
that
it
is
to
the
you. I'll explain
CDA.
it
So
to
if you're
you.
gonna respond to that real quick, I'm gonna tell you I do not do what I feel, I
I'll
think, I
explain it to
believe.
you, but
I will need to see
you
the
have to slow
source.
down
Let me
and
just
let the answer
quickly, let me
happen.
just quickly let you know. I need to know the source in which you're getting your data, because I don't deal with I think, I feel, I believe. Those are all in your reality, and everybody has the right to their opinion. This is about sharing a collective where we're contributing to the conversation and we're talking about the whole. If I wanted to know about your life life, I will get on your page and I will DM you. I want to know as a whole what you think. And what I told you was as a whole, and I already gave you the
Jesus
CDA. You
Christ,
got the
woman.
WHO, the WHO organization that will also give you those numbers. So go ahead.
So this is pretty easy to dispute. For one, when you look at, let's say, any type of domestic violence, whether it be women, men, women, same sex, whatever the case may be, the majority of all races across almost the entire world, people are unalived primarily by people that they intimately know, family members, things of that nature. That is not an exception for Black women or Black families. That is the rule across all different types of situations. So highlighting the fact that this is a consistent, because I will agree, men are predominantly the ones that participate.
I would just like to point out
Hold on, wait a minute.
you're on mute. Come on, just pay
No, I didn't.
attention. You're on mute.
No, that's
I
okay,
didn't get a
Whitley.
chance.
You know what? He's right.
I didn't.
Alpha, you got muted for 5 minutes. That timer above your head is determining how long it's gonna take, and if you keep coming off of mute, I'm gonna have to restart your timer,
Y'all,
and then it's gonna take longer. You've been literally
I never
muted. That's what that red
got a chance.
sticker. That's what that red sticker in the comments means. Is that one of the subscribers opted to mute you for 5 minutes? If you would like to finish your statement, you're gonna have to wait your 5 minutes, or you can become a subscriber and then you can't be muted. But one of our subscribers opted to use their pretty privilege to mute you. And again, if you keep coming off of mute, I'm gonna restart your timer. So I suggest you stop doing that. Go ahead, Whitley. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I just wanted to point out his hypocrisy and what he's saying, because he literally said in his opening statements that if he has to choose his autonomy as a man over blackness, that's what he's going to do. And when he said that, it made me think about what I learned about how when the slaves were free and the black men got power, they were going around and they were fighting for the right to vote, but it did not include black women. So that's how we got activists like Ida B. Wells and Sojourner Truth. These are things that you can actually look into. And then he goes into how if a woman, a black woman, centers herself, which is her womanhood, then she's going against the structures of manhood that's supposed to protect her and all of this rah, 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 rah. I think when I hear them talk, all I hear is the connections of the black feminist voices who have already wrote about the experience of being in a community with black women, with black men who choose their manhood over their blackness, which is why when it came to the civil rights, or when it came to our rights, a lot of black men were pushed to the forefront, and a lot of black women were being raped by white men, and nothing was done about it. Reese Taylor, that will always be something that comes to mind. Nothing, when it was time to put on front the things for America that we wanted, the autonomy and safeness of black women were put on the back burner because black men were more concerned about being able to go into the same restaurants and being able to do the same thing as white men were doing. It wasn't really a concern about what we were experiencing and our lived experiences being black in America. And the more that he talks, especially the more that he spews this idea that we're supposed to center the black family, I don't know. That's all that comes to mind. And then when he was given information of how, like, in these perimeters of safety that he talks about how black women are harmed the most, and it's not just it's the uncles, it's the black men, period. Black women, black girls are raised completely different, because I was allowed to walk around in a t-shirt and my underwear when my brothers was home, and then when some male company was coming over, I had to put on full clothes. A lot of black girls have that story because there is something about the manhood that black people, that men have in general, that is dangerous and harmful to black girls, black women. And instead of addressing that, it's always, well, if you hoes don't want to be protected, go out there and get touched on by unknown instead of being touched on by the people you know. That's all I hear. I'm done.
I want to say, because he said something, he said a lot of things that were off the wall, but he did something that I hate, or I dislike, excuse me, when people try to undermine what women, especially black women, go through. He said that all partnerships, if you're in a partnership, you're susceptible to some type of intimate partner violence. There is something very special and specific about the way that black women experience intimate partner violence and the way that we are being offed by our own men, which is very different. Where we are at the top when it comes to that. The numbers, the way to which that happens to specifically black women, it happens to us at a disproportionately higher rate. And this is what we mean when we say y'all do not care about our issues. Y'all do not care. And this is exactly proving the prompt again, because my womanhood is expected to be chosen over my blackness is expected to be chosen over my womanhood, when black men are in fact offing us. This is happening at a high rate. And it's not just that. Imagine we're having a conversation about mass incarceration and somebody says, well, people who are in the are close proximity to police officers, they're more susceptible to be locked up. But we're talking about black mass incarceration inside the black community. Like, this is the stuff that they do. They try to deflect from the actual issue and make it something that it isn't, to make that issue small. And I cannot stand that. The actual issue of you bringing up the black family in general, where that is where a lot of this stuff is happening to black women, is crazy.
So anyway, since I'm off the timer and I happen to stick around for a little bit, the point that I was making is that all partner violence happens between people who are mostly intimately around each other. So that's no different than any other race of people.
That is different than
Hold
any
on,
other race
yeah,
of
I had a chance. You
people.
had your chance to talk.
No,
Hold
no,
on, hold on. You
no,
had your
because I'm
chance to
not going to
talk.
let you sit up
You
here
had your
and
chance to
lie.
talk. So
That's
you
not
can't
true.
control yourself. So
That's
that's what
I
you're
know I
saying.
can't
You
control
can't.
myself, especially when somebody is getting here and lying on
Nobody's
what is
lying. You didn't even let
happening to
anybody,
black women. That's not true.
which is
You're
exactly
saying
how
that it's
crass
not different from
the
any other
majority.
race of people. First of all, it's sad that it happens to other
You're
women of
fragile.
other races
You're
in the
fragile.
first place. But the fact that it is in fact
Right?
happening 2.5 to 3 times higher to black women is actually insane. And for you to get on here and lie out your mouth that it's not happening differently to black women, I cannot let you sit here and say that. I'm sorry, this is not the panel for that. Go somewhere else so that you can get that
I'm on real
statement off,
black
sir.
panels, and real black women don't
I don't
talk like
care
this.
about what you talking about either, trolley troll. Trolley troll. I don't give a damn about what
Real
you got to say either. Neither one of y'all have said anything profound in the comments. And Trolley Troll, I am almost positive. I will bet all the money that I have that when you come off mute, you are going to say something equally as ignorant, if not more ignorant than Alpha. So nobody's in a rush to hear you speak, sir. You coming off mute to back up something that's untrue.
how
Google
ironic.
is free.
How ironic.
Google is free. Y'all can literally take your time, look up the rates to which black women are losing their lives in intimate partner relationships. And then when you do that, don't even stop there. Don't stop there. Keep going. Look at how we're losing our lives due to medical racism. Keep going. Keep going. Because y'all seem to have an issue when we talk about what's really happening.
You finished?
I'm finished, but you're not. You still got time on the clock.
Notice how he still is only talking from a space of feelings. He cannot compare to what you're telling him. I mean, yes, the even the WHO organization, that's the World Health Organization, is concerned about the rate at which black women are being unalived here in this country. And absolutely what he said, most people are gonna more likely to be unalived by proximity, but not at the rate that black women are being unalived by their intimate partner or even ex-partner. Because it's not even somebody who you're with. You break up with the dude and you're like, you're toxic, and that dude's gonna come back and hurt you. And what these men need to understand, that all of that, you're coming here and you're unwilling to look at the numbers, because obviously this is so bad that they had to follow this, and they're like, yo, we need to try to figure out what's going on here. And you're unwilling to do that because at the end of the day, you have to look at yourself. This is the conversation, this is the prompt I always throw to men. How come most women alive will tell you whether either they had the experience of SA or they know someone that was SA'd? And how come mostly all men never know of any man who's a perpetrator, but yet they're the perpetrators? When we're talking about the teenage pregnancy rate, we never talk about young men because they're not the fathers. The fathers of these teenage girls who are giving birth to these babies are grown ass men. And it doesn't matter race wide. And yes, I will say to you, the homicide rate in this country, 90% of it is done by men. I think it's even larger by now. So men as a whole are dangerous to all of us. So you upholding your manhood is only letting me know how dangerous you are to me, to my community, and I fear for all the women around you.
I think actually, self care. You haven't spoken in a while. Did you want to go before I go? She might be busy. Um, Pretty, did you want to say something? She might be busy. Okay. I think for me, my biggest gripe and confusion in this conversation is when we have these conversations, y'all come up so very dishonest, and it makes it hard to have the conversation. You came up onto the panel and you said you didn't understand the prompt. Meanwhile, you were exemplifying the prompt in the comments, and then also turned around and now you're exemplifying the prompt in your words. I think it's a bit odd that you are now vehemently open with acknowledging that you believe that the prompt is true and that that's exactly what you want. You want black women to center the black family, but quite frankly, the black family is not, it's not a positive thing when we look at the statistics and we look at the data that is showing us the intricacies, right? It's kind of like the the man with the puppet strings. You see the puppet, but you don't see the man behind the curtain who's actually pulling the strings and doing the work and making it dance, right? The black family seems great, but when we look at the rate at which maternal mortality is existing, with black women being 3 times more likely than any other demographic to be unalived by maternal mortality, and black men don't care because they want their quote unquote legacies continued, even though it's called a lineage, but y'all have comprehension and reading level issues. So I'll go with your logic, or the fact that y'all claim to put your lives on the line for us as black women, but really we are the only ones who are actually putting our lives on the line, because again, that 3 times more likely, we're literally at risk of losing our lives just to bring your big-headed ass babies into this world, right? Or even when we look at the rate at which these children are not being protected, we look at the rate at which, even if it is a 2-parent household, black families are having their children being taken away from them or being intervened by entities like CPS etc., etc., even when there is not actual harm within that home because of gracism, right?
Okay.
Or if
Let
we
me
look at
jump in.
medical gracism in terms of when these children actually do make it here, when they are harmed and they go to the hospital and they're not treated humanely as opposed to their YT counterparts, or when they become teenagers and they're not actually given appropriate resources or even things to do so that they're not experiencing things like being handed a pew pew and put on a corner, or when we look at the literacy rates, which I actually just mentioned, where these children are not being educationally supported because the education system is rooted in YT supreme, and Black children, or if we look at like diagnosing children, especially Black children, when it comes to a mental disorder or mental ailment, Black children are less likely to be appropriately diagnosed than children of their YT counterparts. Or when we look at adulthood, that's not exclusive to children, especially when we're talking about Black women who go to counseling and go to the doctor far more than Black men do because y'all refuse to go, and yet we're still being misdiagnosed. We're still being dismissed. We're still not being taken seriously in the medical community. We're still not being considered. And then when we go to work, we're also treated poorly in that facet as well, which y'all like to claim that we fought to be able to go to work, but we never actually got to be pillow princesses like our whitey counterparts because we've always had to work, even when we haven't always gotten paid. So much so that it was a law. Our hair was demonized and it became a political movement to where we literally could not wear our natural hair out because it made white
Bro, I
women
get it.
feel
You're a
jealous.
victim.
I mean, it's not really just being a victim. It's more so
I
just
get it.
acknowledging the history
I'm,
that exists
it's
because
like,
this is what we've had to experience. And this has happened despite the fact that we have a Black family that which are not being protected inside of our home as well as outside of
right.
our home. Because even when we look at the
That's why.
demographic and the data that tells us that the children who are experiencing the most harm, as many of these women have already stated, they're experiencing it more from the men that live in their household than they are from the stranger at the end of the cold, dark alleyway.
It's a
And that's
lie.
also not exclusive to
I am.
children because that's also
It's a
happening
lie.
for women as well. A woman is actually more
And
likely
you're,
to be harmed and
no,
unalived
you
by
know,
a man that she
mama,
is sleeping next to every
you're,
day than she is to be unalived
you're
by a
lying.
stranger. Or
Lying.
she's more likely to be harmed and
It's,
unalived by a man that has access and proximity to her, such as the man who, she pays her rent to, or the man who she calls boss. She's more likely to be harmed by him than she is by the
you
stranger who
can't handle,
breaks into the house with a pew
can't
pew. And also, and I'll
handle
land
the
with this so that you can yap, um, home invasions, not really likely. If somebody is trying to break into your house, they're more likely to do it during the day when no one's home. If you are getting broken into when someone's home, that's because they're looking for you, which means you're the danger because they're more than likely looking for you, Black man. So I need us to be a little bit more realistic. Y'all preach family, but y'all don't protect the family that you preach that you want. And then on top of that, y'all leave the family that y'all preach that y'all want
Let's
after
wrap it
you
up.
get it. I need us to be a lot
This is
more
daddy issue.
realistic. I need us to be a
Daddy.
lot more realistic, okay?
This is all daddy.
Thank you so much for listening. You can go now.
All right. So the first thing
Oh,
that
daddy issues was on my
hold
bingo
on, hold
card,
on,
y'all. I knew that daddy issues was gonna come out. I knew that was coming.
because
No, go ahead. Let him. Let him. Oh, never mind.
so many Black feminist activists have. So many Black
Darn, that's
feminist
so
activists.
sad. Alpha, someone
Okay.
muted you
Yeah, me too.
again.
Yeah, it looks like it does look like you were muted again. I don't think they want you to talk, friend. I think you should. I think you should head on over to the YT panel. I don't know if they want you to talk. I wanted you to talk.
I was like, y'all don't think black women constantly witnessing black men like this on these panels is going to get them to see, like, maybe I need to think twice about centering my life around a man? He could not shut up for 2 seconds just to hear the information that she was presenting. I don't know. I feel like I'm still sitting with it. And the more that I just observe and I watch them, I mean, I would think it would be a kind of I heard that slow was a slur. I don't know how else to, especially being from Chicago, to
Intellectually
okay.
challenged.
I
That's
like
the
that.
word now.
The level of black men that are intellectually challenged, they still want to lay down and have children with them. I'm gonna have to look at my baby and see that he got his daddy ways and still have to try to force my way to love him. I don't know.
Let me tell you, and most
I do know the answer is no.
I want to appreciate and say thank you to the black women who are on this panel and in the comments. Y'all, as much as these men don't care, we care. I appreciate the level of education that y'all want to provide and give. I learned something today. I'm trying to scroll up to see who it was, but a black woman in the comments put me on to a woman named Reese Taylor. And I don't want to like slide past that because it actually does pertain to this conversation. Reese Taylor. Oh, it was Whitley actually. Thank you, Whitley, for that because I just learned about Reese Taylor today. And since you're on the panel, I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk about it. But I literally, when I saw that, I looked it up immediately when I saw your comment because I had never heard of her before. And unlike the men, I do like to educate myself, and when I hear somebody provide me education, I listen. Thank you.
That's what I was. I take account that maybe I was babbling and I wasn't having coherent thoughts while I was trying to Bluetooth them out my brain. But when Bo said that I was giving a false representation of that time, what I was speaking specifically on was how when it came for time to show America the issues that we were fighting for and what we wanted, the rape of black women, which were happening at a very high rate, was not on the table. At no point of learning black history that I learned about Reese Taylor until I got into college and we started to talk about the shifts that happened to get more visibility on the issues, which is why Emmett Till was such a publicly known thing because we had, as black women, started to create these networks for each other because nationally we were being raped at a rate and nothing was really being done about it. And Reese Taylor was one of the women that I learned about. And regards, I think we were talking about Rosa Parks and just her role in activism outside of the bus. And Rosa Parks was responsible for helping Reese Taylor get justice and visibility for, she was great on her way from church, walking home from church. I think it was about 4 or 5 white men. I was more so referring to that story in the sense of the prompt and how the issues of our womanhood are put on the back burner so that we can talk about the issues of blackness. And from what I saw, niggas was more concerned about sitting in the same restaurants and doing that whole idea of being in proximity to whiteness. I might be diluting it a little bit, but when I look back, that's what I see. Black women always had to work. So we always knew the intentions and the character of white people. Those weren't things that we needed. Integration was not really, and I get that we are privileged now to be able to look back and say, maybe that's not what we were needed to be fighting for. So in my privileged mind, with my privileged knowledge, yes, the things that were pushed on the forefront for the black community to be fighting for or asking for their equal rights for were not the same issues that black women were experiencing when it came to living side by our oppressors. Our lived experience were completely different from black men. But when it came time to talk about it, I have never in my life, outside of that college course, heard about Reese Taylor or the other extremities in which little black girls were being raped and nothing was being done about it on a collective, on a mass level. I'm not saying that there weren't black men that were taking up arms and defending us, because there are always spectrums of blackness. There are those who have the courage and are the revolutionaries and don't care about unaliving because they care more about really the protectiveness of their community. And then we have the mass who don't necessarily embody that same type of courage, which is why we can get here in 2026 and we have so many black men regurgitating red pill rhetoric, and they're not even old enough to have enough lived experiences. We have 18 and 19-year-olds speaking this way. It's coming from somewhere. So I was just pointing out the root of what comes to mind when I heard them talk. I wasn't trying to paint history or that time in a certain way. It was just when he was talking, Reese Taylor came into my mind, especially when he said that I'm going to fight for my autonomy as a man before I fight for my autonomy as a black person. That was all.
So
Say it
really
again.
quickly, friends. Oh,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, baby.
I was gonna say really quickly, friends. This book actually has Reese Taylor's story in it, in addition to the mini story. So it's called "At the Dark End of the Street: Black Women, Grape, and Resistance: A New History of the Civil Rights Movement from Rosa Parks to the Rise of Black Power." Excellent book, contains tons of stories, and it actually does in part detail how Rosa Parks began her civil rights activism by going through the deep South and interviewing these women and getting their stories and working to attempt to get them justice. So if you are a book reader, this is a valuable book and resource. Prepare your heart, prepare yourself, right? I say read it in conjunction with something that is of lighter fare, so that you are not overwhelmed by the heaviness. But this is an excellent book that can provide more context to that understanding in history.
I just want us to give everybody an announcement that these men's is be playing with me on this app, and y'all sometimes be playing with me too. But when this app get gifts or gifs or however you say it, it's over for y'all bitches. Okay? Cause I'm finna be sending all types of gifts to y'all. Cause I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this, grandpa. And also, I just downloaded the book while we was talking. And it is free as a PDF. So if y'all have iPads, or like tablets, even if you have like Android tablets or whatever, you can download the PDF version and read this book on your electronic device. So see, I love black women, but
Can I
also it's
add
over
this?
for y'all.
Oh, sorry, Minnie. I just want to add this while we're on the topic of like reading and things that you can read to kind of go off of this topic a little bit more. I bring up this anthology all the time. All of the whites are women, all of the blacks are men, but some of us are brave. It is a really good read, and it does a great job of unpacking how race and gender affects black women in like a double jeopardy kind of way. And so I just think that it definitely ties into this. So if you, that is going to be a heavy read. But if you do read the anthology, All of the Whites Are Women, All of the Blacks Are Men, but Some of Us Are Brave at the same time, maybe you can balance out, like get some good, deep thoughts about where race meets class and gender, at the same time. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Prairie.
Good morning, amens, and good morning. We gather here at the First Episcopalian Church of Intellectualism. I see that we are only at 60.3K taps. Please tap up the live, and if you could pass around the collection basket by gifting the panel and the host. You don't have to tap but it makes you a weird person if you don't. I'm just saying. Yes, aphims, and good morning. The announcements of the day, the little hand, finger heart doohickey and the bubbly heart doohickey are the gift goals. If you could, please help the host reach that. Um, so I couldn't come up because I was in a lecture. I couldn't come up, but I really wanted to because I know both of those men. They're both trolls. They're active trolls. Those are two men who actively have an understanding because they've been in the spaces with some of the great intellectual Black women on this app, and they refuse to acknowledge. They're fully aware. Thank you, thank you for reaching the finger heart goal. They refuse to acknowledge that they could be wrong or that their thinking is wrong because they are Black first. I mean, they are not Black first, they're men first. They see themselves completely and separately away from women and children. Um, I do want to say, Whitley, thank you. That Reese is in my next chapter in my African American Studies class, and you gave me a little bit of a read ahead, and I appreciate that. What is interesting, what is very interesting, is that men can get told 1,000 times, you are ending our lives. You're ending our lives. Not only are you ending our lives at your hands, but the stress that you put us under as Black women, we are reaching astronomical rates of immunocompromisation. Our hair is falling out, our teeth are falling out, our skin is molting. We are aging at a rate um, that is not seen. Married Black women are aging at a rate that is not seen amongst married women normally. That's wild, and we need to be doing something about that. When we say Black, most of the women I
I
see,
don't like this rhetoric that our Black is cracking. I don't like it. I don't know what you're talking about.
well, I mean, you don't gotta like it, but dermatologists are
Only
saying
racist Black
in your
cracks.
get back to work. Also, that's a very nice shade of jacket. I like that blazer. I feel like I've said this before when you wore it last time. But we are seeing that our immune systems in married Black women is it's damaged, and the scientific community is trying to figure out, like, hey, is this just because there's a man in their home stressing them out? Is it environmental? So that is something. If you check on your married friends, well, no, let me be very clear. Check on your hetero married friends because those are the women who are having the most stress. They're doing the second shift the most. Second shift is you work all day long and then you come home and you got to take care of that man and them kids because that man isn't helping you. Um, so that is something that we're doing a deep dive in right now in both biology class and Black history in my Black and American history class, and that's very interesting to me. Um, I don't know why I'm going back to school for another degree. I'm tired, boss. But uh, it's very interesting that we're not seeing those same rates of immunocompromisation in non-heteronormative couples. That's interesting. Yikes.
So I just want to do a little assistance for everybody so that we can hopefully so this can help. Please hold. So if we get on this is the second book that Charisse gave us. It's called All the Women Are White, All the Blacks Are Men, but Some of Us Are Brave. So I typed in the title here. If you go to this right here, tools, You're going to click on it. You're going to go to advanced search. You're going to scroll all the way down to file type right here. And it's typically defaulted to any format. You want to click on PDF. You're going to advance the search. You're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. You're going to click on try without personalization. And there's this little tag that tells you it's a PDF. So when you click on it, you should be able to download it. It'll take you to the downloading. It'll tell you whether or not this actually is the book or if it's just a sample, because right here it'll say how many pages it is, and then you can just do a new tab to see how many pages it's supposed to be, because sometimes it's not always the full book. Like this one right here is 420 or 438 pages. So this is probably it, and when you click on it, it'll take you straight to the PDF version to download, so you can actually read the book. Hope that helps.
Pretty, I had a thought about the thing that I'm sitting on, and I think what my observation of our community is that Black girls, a lot of us, are told to focus on books and not on boys. So we come into our adulthood not knowing exactly how to interact with them. And too many women get taken advantage of and become, I guess, those bitter type of women. But because of the influx of information, like we're getting books to read about historically the things that have happened to Black women. Also the not just Shira, but other Black aunties that's giving you the game, other books. I keep seeing the power of the PUSSY on my For You page, and there's different women reading different points of the chapter, explaining experiences with men that I have, and I don't know these women, and I've never read this book. So I would just like to add to the plate while it's at the top of my head that I think that the more that those little Black girls are being informed about the true ways in which men operate, it's kind of hard to continue to be male-centered in a world and in a society that you see that you are prey. I think there is a mourning that comes with the unaliving of the fairy tale that we've been fed. But going back to the spiritual aspect of it, there's a shift that's happening. And I think internally, when you start to grow and when you start to process new information, your eyes are open to things that you can no longer be blind to. So I think that the more that the information is spread to women, I'm still going to say that at the time, I don't agree that we may not see it in our lifetime, because we're gaining information and access to different type of things that changes our understanding and help us to walk in a different way on interpersonal levels, in a time frame that I don't believe the women before us or generations before us had the access to, because they didn't have the internet. They weren't on a live randomly at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then they just got 2 books that they can go read in their spare time, and how to get it for free if they ain't got the money right now to pay for it, to educate themselves on the lived experience of Black women. And while they're reading that, they may connect to something that they felt but they didn't have the words for. But because of just this space, now their life has shifted in a way that makes them have to look at themselves different and how they're being part of a collective. And I think that the more that we continue to do that, who's to say it's not going to happen in our lifetime? And that's all I have right now, and I will still be sitting. But that's just what came to mind as this whole exchange was happening. That's it.
We have 2 new friends on the panel. We have My Mother Has No Eyebrows, and we have Carolina. My Mother Has No Eyebrows, you're up first, dear.
Yes. Finally, some attention from Minnie. Anyway,
Prairie.
Black men.
I'm Prairie, I'm not Minnie.
Minnie just said hi to me in the comments, so I'm happy now. Black men choose manhood over blackness, but expect black women to choose blackness over womanhood. I agree because patriarchy is the oldest form of oppression, arguably. So men have always benefited from it, and prior to colonization and slavery, it was still present in Africa for some time in history. So men have always benefited from it, and we see it in like majority black countries now, wherein those countries are still heavily patriarchal, and black men actually do have the power to systematically oppress black women in majority of black countries for the most part, with the exception of places like South Africa. So we would see that, yes, of course, if you've benefited from something for a period of time, and even in a place and even in a country where you don't have the systematic power to benefit from it, you still benefit and uphold it to a certain extent, even though you didn't create it in that particular white majority country. So it would make sense that a group of people who have benefited from their manhood would, to a certain extent, less than the whitey man in majority whitey countries, but to a certain extent, and definitely in black majority countries, would protect that over, would rather try and keep that at the expense of their blackness, the oppression they face based on their blackness, rather than lose their manhood, their male privilege, to protect their blackness. If that makes sense.
Okay, wait a minute. One second, my love. Rasta, get the fuck off my panel. I don't understand why on God's green earth you thought you were going to be allowed over here. I don't know how I did not have your backup page blocked. These people are weird. Well, no one knows it's him.
How did you know it was him?
Because I know his backup page. I just usually interact with his backup page on my backup page, so I've never interacted with it on my main page to block him.
Get off on it. I keep going on these things and I think they get off on like whatever it is that they're hearing. And I think they're sitting there in their sad little space. It's just, pulling one off because they get off by it. I really do think they do, because why would you continue to troll? You're not invited. You don't agree. So the only conclusion I come with, their mental illness makes them get off on it.
That's crazy. That's ugh, boy. Ugh, yuck.
Somebody said sometimes these panels feel like I think it might have been June. It was somebody, but it feel like we in class and it's that black boy who want attention and he keep disrupting the class because he don't really understand. Like I don't know, but why would you? I don't know. It's embarrassing sometimes witnessing the actions of black men. Cause why are you harassing her? Pretty, did you drop him?
Yeah, I dropped and blocked.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me hold your hand when I say this and hold you accountable. Cause you couldn't have given all the rest of us 30 seconds to block him too. God dang it.
Pretty?
Yes.
That's anti-black.
I would like to bond with you over being Jamaican real quick. Cause guess what I'm drinking?
You'd like to what? Bond with? Oh, hold on, Sarah.
I would like to bond with you over being Jamaican real quick.
Yeah, I said, are you drinking sorrel?
No, but I am drinking Jamaican fruit punch, which is only here courtesy of my elders. I'm so happy.
Hold on, I don't even know that brand. Can I see it? Can you put it again?
It's a UK brand, but it's here because of Black Brits, so Black Caribbean Brits.
Oh, okay, so it's Jamaican. Oh, okay, gotcha. Cute, because I was like, that's not DNG.
I'm trying to stay good. But also, at the time I make it, I was actually thinking about how old each of these systems I've just made a post about it on my page about how old these systems are, and it kind of ties into this it kind of ties into this. I've got it here. Could you put me on the big screen temporarily, maybe? So I was doing some deep diving. Um, so patriarchy. So patriarchy has been homophobia and racism technically in world history in terms of um, of how we view these things now. So racism, homophobia, as we know it today, that homophobia is around 900 years old. Racism is around 500 years old. Classism, 9th to 10th century, is around 1,200 years. Ableism and patriarchy are about 3,000 plus years old. So patriarchy is the oldest system that exists. So it would make sense that around the world, men in general, regardless of race, have benefited from patriarchy since almost the beginning of human history. So it would make sense then that black men would not be exempt from that, and black men in to a certain extent, depending on what country they're in. For example, in the US and the UK, they're the mighty majority countries, so that they don't systematically oppress women via patriarchy, but they do still benefit from it. And in the majority of black countries, they specifically do systematically oppress women in majority black countries as of today, and at certain points in Asian history. So it makes sense that men would not prioritize other forms of oppression over their manhood that they may experience, because that patriarchy, that manhood, is what they have benefit from the most, and it's what they've benefited from the beginning of time, and they're very much willing to ignore these other forms of oppression, even the ones that they experience, to maintain the oldest benefit that they have. The entrenched.
100% I agree with everything she said, and as I definitely have done research on like what other cultures do, it's the only way. Power mimics power, and power is not gonna let go of power.
I also want to say, because I've had this discussion with a few people, and they're like, "Hey, well, how did it spread? How did it spread?" So we have to look at the history of trading, and ideas and beliefs were also traded just like material goods. Um, very specifically in places that were semi-nomadic. Um, People traded ideas and thoughts, and people traded new technology, and um, people traded information, just like they traded grain, just like they traded um, hunting patterns for animals, just like they traded furs. So when we say, "Hey, this spread like a wildfire," you have to understand that like patriarchy got spread along the trade routes first. Patriarchy got spread, misogyny got spread along the trade routes first. And when you look at that in that way, you're like, it spread so quickly. Well, yeah, it was realistically, it was the nomadic people who spread it first, semi-nomadic people who spread it first. So there is a bloom, and because we know, hey, this is about where it started. This is about where the idea came up. This is about where the people started behaving differently, and then it spread out from there. So, is there a ground zero? Yes. Is there an epicenter? Yes. But it spread quickly because of the people that it spread through. I land on that.
You know, because when I was doing my research, I was actually incredibly surprised that you could trace patriarchy way past first century BC, first century. Sorry, not BCE, CE. I was very surprised that you could trace it past first century CE. Or that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's actually one of the cool things about cultural anthropology is that like that was one of the first things I was like, okay, where did this start? Like, where did this start and why? And you know, when we look at it, when we look at the breakdown of like where, who, when, why, and how the start of patriarchy, it quite literally was because men didn't want to share their wealth with their sisters and their nieces. That's what it comes down to. Men did not want to share wealth, land, hunting rights, etc., with their sisters, their nieces, their the women in their family who had at the time equal amount of say and rights to those things. Black Halo, welcome, baby.
What up? What up, cutie? I did want to interrupt, but I did want to come up here and poke funsies at Pretty. So carry on.
Oh, was she wearing fake glasses again?
No, I was laughing with her in the comments about this. Oh God, this live that Gerd had me go into. Yes, I'm selling you out, Gerd. You had me going there because y'all know I'm gonna follow y'all faithfully into hell. But Pretty, that live last night, that dude was so cringy. I need you to go over there and antagonize him one day.
Wait, what live?
Oh God, Gerd, please. What's dude's name again? Where'd she go? It was this fucking this dude. He was a huge flaming misogynist. Like he was saying the most horrific ish in his fucking live last night, talking about men watch your back because the women they gonna take us out. We gotta keep our eyes open. We can't trust these women, blah blah. Like dude was tripping.
No, I agree with that. We are, they do need to keep their eyes on us because like we are gonna take them out. No, I think they should. I think they should start paying attention because
That's why I want you to go up over there.
I'm gonna be like, you're gonna be disappointed in me. I'm gonna go up and be like, I agree, friend. I agree. Yes, we are not to be trusted.
I can't stand
We are not to be trusted.
I can't stand Pretty ass, bro. She fucking. Oh my gosh, she's one of the other people that be
Be like, I don't know what these heathens are talking about, but you're right, King.
She be dragging me into hell with her. Oh my god, her and Gert be killing me. But while I'm up here kikiing, I'm gonna go ahead and do my little my duties. Y'all tap the damn screen. we got 57 people in the live right now. We're at 67K likes. I would like it if we would all just in unison tap that little screen, you know, the one that you got your hand on right now. Just go ahead and tap that. Send the shares, send the heart me's, because I know all of y'all haven't sent your heart me's for today. Don't forget about the gift goal. Subscribe to the live. Subscribe to the YouTube. Very important. If you want to see Pretty poking fun at more of these knickknacks, I will follow that YouTube. Because I be stalking Pretty and Pretty be having fun without us all the time. Sometimes I be traumatized, but it's worth it. It's worth it seeing her be an antagonist and a mental terrorist to the men's. So please subscribe. But don't forget to continue tapping up the live, y'all. Anywho, yes. Y'all, girl had me traumatized last night, and Pretty needs to go in that same live with Girl just so I can see Pretty piss that man off. Because that dude, he had my skin crawling. I'm going to land there.
Nickname sounds like eggnog, but like, yeah.
Wild. That's wild. Wild. Eggnog. All right. Yes. I can't remember who said it down here in the comments, but we had a conversation that this is a while ago, on a post that Pretty did a while ago, that we know when about the idea of femicide being a normal thing, a normal way to behave towards women, started, but we don't have an actual timeline. But we do know it started after patriarchy. We do know that, like, oh, this girl is not listening and doing what I say. Let me just murk her, because that wasn't a thing beforehand, you know. So there is some. I'm gonna go back and do some reading on that. But yeah, somebody said in the comments about when it started happening, and I will go back and do the research on it.
Well, if you read Howard Zinn's The People's History of the United States, I've actually read it and even heard it. And there's a chapter when this the priest, once they reach the land, and they're talking about how the natives that they're encountering, how they move with one another. And he says, like, people sleep where they want to, the women pick and choose who they want to sleep with. There are ways that if they don't want to have this child any longer. So when I was reading that chapter, I was under the understanding that there was definitely no patriarchy being practiced there. And that's why the women show such autonomy with their bodies. And it was very common for them. So it's clear to me in reading that chapter that that was something that was introduced to the natives in the Americas, definitely by the colonization.
So that is, like I was saying, that patriarchy was traded. So that is one of the things we have the discussion in cultural anthropology all the time of when certain groups did touch down in the States. They were like, it wasn't the States at the time. Okay. What? Okay. Sorry about that. I'm actually heading into class now. So there were groups that touched down on this continent multiple times, right? And when we know that because of A, B, and C, and we found gravestones and we found et cetera, et cetera. But the thing that didn't happen was patriarchy never really took root until the Spaniards got here, until we're talking about the East Coast, until the Virginia Company got here. So why, with them having trade with people from the Pacific Islands, with them having trade, because trade was the thing that happened, from the top of North America to the bottom of South America. These people were moving. These people were not stationary. They were moving. We know that it got introduced with Europeans. That's the crazy part. Not crazy. I'm sorry. I'm trying to use less ableist language. That's the interesting part, is we know it got introduced because of them. And so we have a timeline of when it got introduced. Very interesting. I'm sorry about those interruptions. My kiddo is asking me if she can come to class with me today.
So one day in the live, we were having a conversation about um, basically what happened before slavery. And somebody actually had brought up to the point, and I had to follow behind about how they basically did recon on our people before they went and captured them and started basically picking people off. But they basically posed themselves as like traitors when they went to the continent before everything went down, from what I'm understanding, right? I'm not going to pretend like I know everything, but from what I understand, they posed as traitors when they went to the continent, blah, 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 blah. But basically, my point is they did enough recon on our people to know like the tenets of patriarchy our people partook in on the continent. They knew it well enough to where when they got us here, they it was almost sinister how they knew the very things that will, strike fear into our hearts, that would make our men do certain things to us, that would, trigger us in certain ways, that would make us react in certain ways. It was like they almost knew exactly what to do, right? Because they had a whole playbook on how to break up, a slave or break a human being. And that would include how to make that human being also break, help break those around them. And like we have to, come to the realization that, like Prairie said, patriarchy was a thing before any other system. And our people also partook in, a few of the tenets that made up patriarchy. So in order for that to happen, in order for everything that has happened to happen, they had to know a lot about us to be able to know how to get our men to help them break us and basically push us forward into their idea of patriarchy. Because their idea of patriarchy, from all the conversations that I've had, has been like a bigger and more effective system than the smaller little tenants that they basically partook in, the smaller little characteristics that made up their overall idea. I know I'm ranting, but basically it's a lot. Like, I've actually thought about this a few times within this past week. um I don't know, it's a lot. I know. I be rambling. I be deep in my thoughts, but that's basically what I was thinking about, just having the whole conversation about what exactly got us here. You know what I'm saying? And it's strange and very, very scary if you really think about it, because it's like, for a group of people to study you enough to know how to get you to break your own people, not only to break you as an individual, but get you to help break your own people. Yeah, I already know Africans and Europeans were trade partners, but for the Europeans, it was more than just trading. They came up over there being nosy, and everybody knows that shit. They didn't come up over there with just, the agenda of being a trader. They came up over there trying to learn about those people just so they can come back and do what they did. Because in order to control a group of people, you have to know who you're about to, basically control. You have to know who it is you're about to be basically, snatching up, and how to get them to do the very thing you want them to do. You have to know your specimen, right? And that's exactly what it was. Because they did the same thing to various different cultures. They did the same thing to the Japanese to get them to lower their borders, to open their borders to the outside world. They basically posed themselves as traders.
Hey, will you drop me? I'm about to get in the truck with these kids, and we're gonna go. I'm gonna let them audit my class today. Um, the other question, do you want some of these research papers that I have about
Oh,
like about what
sure.
you're talking about? Okay.
Sure.
Um, yeah, drop me, and then later on, probably not today, but tomorrow, I will start sending you some of these. Okay.
Okay, I appreciate it, cousin. Because I would like to do more research on that, because it's like it's
it's interesting in the way, you know, that we partake in like a lot of the information that we are learning on the app. But I would really like to know what it was that really that really pushed our black men to wanting to basically help them break the black woman, because that's basically what it was a whole bunch of brainwashing, and in other words rot, to get a group of people to do the very thing that you want them to do, to help each other destroy each other.
I
And
think it's
also
I
how
think I think it's more so about understanding the human condition and being able to appeal to one's emotions, because yes, brain rot and brainwashing, but also jealousy is and hatred, and all of those emotions are things that move people to do things that they wouldn't even consider doing. And when I forgot what class I was in, but I remember writing down the question, how has our spirituality been colonized? And then I was on TikTok and I kept seeing this book called The Sibyls, the First Prophetess of Mami Wata. And it's about the theft of African prophecy by the Catholic Church. And I bought it and I started to read it. There are some spelling mistakes in it, but as I read it alongside of like just studying the Bible, I have questions about the Bibles, and I about the things that I read in the Bible, and I write it down. And patriarchy and the system that is just apparent there for women has always been one of the first things that stands out to me. And I'm only in Genesis, like I'm really studying it like it's a book. And so I write down what I understood. I write down my questions. And when it comes to like the flood and the flooding, the way that the Bible talks about it, it almost makes it seem like it's the whole world. And when I read this book that I saw on TikTok, it put it in a better perspective, like New Orleans, like it's a specific area that was more so flooded. And I don't know, but I started to look to get books on my timeline that kind of give more so the understanding of matriarchy and like what was happening for there to be a switch in the systems, or in the way that the world was being governed. And from what this book says, it's like kind of what Prairie was saying, the trade routes. When we see in Greek mythology and the cartoons especially, how the heroes always go to oracles, and it's always three women. And the cartoon is full of white people, but as soon as you get to the oracles, they got gray skin or they got black skin sometimes. But it's the subtle way of saying that it was a black woman who has a connection with the divine in a way that allows us to have premonitions and all of these other spiritual things, but also the way that the world paints it like entertainment or supernatural. So it's not necessarily real, it's just entertainment. But this book speaks about that. And I think the more that we start to look at orishas and goddesses and ancestral roots and just the information out there that opposes Christian religion, because I think the Western religions specifically were created, this book says that too, to uphold the patriarchy. When you understand that people, in the sense of doing the recon, like you mentioned, when you understand that a certain group of people are spiritual people, you have to create a system that upholds that belief that they have in order to be able to sustain, that idea of dominance. So the way that black women were very heavy in the church, and that's why a lot of the ways that a lot of us are male centered, it's so ingrained and heavy, because we get those practices from childhood of what our expectations of who to be, of how to identify. A lot of the leaders in church are males. I kept hearing growing up that women weren't allowed to preach. And then like that's a popular belief in our black ass culture that is slowly starting to unfold, because we see and we saw, especially in the 90s, the rise of more women preachers. So everything that you're saying, I was just saying or adding to that the book that the First Prophetess of Mommy Water, I haven't finished it, but it already has started to answer some of your questions that you posed, but also my question, and how is our spirituality colonized that stops us from really embodying the idea that we are connected to God, or we are God. Our higher self is like a reflection of that, and why religion especially is shoved down the throats of Black women in a way that or women generally. It's not just Black women, it's globally. Religion is stuffed down our throat, but it's also one of the things that male-centered women especially hold on to, on why they're supposed to live their lives around a man, or why they're supposed to create their platforms for the sake of Black men, just to go like tie it back to the prompt. But it's all in the books. I'll land there.
No, you said that beautifully. I appreciate that. I might not have the right language at a certain time when I want to say something great, but you coming in, Shaq and Kobe in it, that was great. But let me add that it's like it's kind of ironic to me, right? Because that was the one thing that our men hung on to, was their slave masters, their daddy, you know who, that man that's at the top of the patriarchy, right? They held on to everything that those men told them, telling them that they are above the woman. That's how they were able to basically get their hands into a little bit of power at that time, was by basically their masters telling them, if your women and your children are out of line, then you're out of line. And by telling our men, that type of ish, they got in their head, okay, well, I'm her master, I'm their master, and if they don't follow what massa says, or if they don't follow the overall idea of how they run their plantation or whatever it looks like, then it's on me. I'm charged with punishing them. And if I don't punish them for their misdeeds, then I'll be punished. You know what I'm saying? But they knew that it was a trickle down system from the beginning, but they still, jumped on the bandwagon because that was their number one chance to being in charge of somebody, because they weren't in charge of themselves. Their autonomy was taken.
Yes, I think what I like about books beyond slavery too, because beyond who we were before slavery, I think like Prairie was saying, I'm at the point where I want to understand the origin of like where it started to happen before, because I feel like we are just part of the ripple effect. We're seeing the effects of something being done that was done like thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. So reading the books that give just the historical context of like even Greece. When I think of Greece, I used to think of white people, and now like reading more history books, that was Black women. The style, like, and everything to me just makes sense, because we see it now how Black culture is ate up, and how Black women especially, when they're gay and they're white, they still have this demeanor or this personas of Black women, the long nails, just all the ways that women, especially urban women, and even country, even the Borghese, it doesn't matter the identities. There's still this pulling from Blackness and Black culture that literally stems from women in some way, or sometimes the AB of women, because hip hop culture, and how all of a sudden we came bitches and hoes and all of this stuff, it still centered the Black women in some way, and that started to expand to the things that we're witnessing in 2026. But like Perry said, I've been looking for the origins. Where did the brainwashing start? And from what I've seen and what I've experienced, that's why femicide is so big. It's a play on the emotions. It's the play on the jealousy of being able to give life. And I thought that sometimes when women said that, they were just being like, extreme feminist per se, but when you really think how fragile, how magical that is, you can grow multiple humans in your body at once sometimes. I don't know. I'm still learning, but from what I see, it's a jealousy. So that's why we have to adhere to them. That's why they're supposed to lead. I don't know. It's jealousy. I think it's a play on their emotional need to have the same sense of magicalness that women possess naturally. And because they don't, I'm not even going to say they don't have it. Dare I say they haven't discovered what that looks like for them. The only way that they know how to express theirs is by suppressing ours. And that's why womanhood has been wrapped into this be a mom, be a wife, but you don't really have any ambitions beyond that. And when it comes to black women, you black first and you a woman second. But those are just my thoughts.
No, you ate. Again, you know what I'm saying? Per usual. Minnie, are you there?
I am.
What you think about, what I had to say? Cause I know you got all the information. You're the information lady.
I feel like I'm like the junior information lady because to me, um, doc, wow, her name just like really just drew a blank. Doctor, Rita, Rita is the
Rita,
information
yeah,
lady.
she's the one and the two for sure.
Yes, I want to say I could probably be bestowed at her as her understudy. Um, but I I definitely don't disagree with anything that you said. Like, is that I agree with everything. That's why I haven't come off of mute yet because, yes, like completely agree, completely behind it, completely on the same page. And I also think that like one thing that I will say, and it's really an opinion, it's obviously not a fact, but I will say I don't think that the genesis of why men are the way that they are, because I do think it is genuinely jealousy. I don't think it's simply hatred. I think the root is jealousy. I agree on that, but I don't think that it's because we give life. I think that the jealousy from or that we get from men is rooted deeply in their idea that femininity is free and valuable, and they, from the time that they're born to the time that they unalive, are not free and they are not valuable to each other. And I think that there is an inherent idea of jealousy in that, because I think about like I don't know if you guys follow celebrities or anything. I really don't, but I have been seeing Princess Sophia like on my feed a few times. Um, and I look at the dynamic between her and her sister, where we can clearly see that her father loves her sister very much unconditionally. He shows affection and love to her that we see in the media, which obviously is not a good source, but from what we see. And then when she is trying to gain and glean affection from her father, she is denied. She is denied that access. She is denied that love. She is denied that the ability to even be human to him from what we can see, right? And I look at the dichotomy of that. I wonder if she's jealous of him and also or I'm sorry, jealous of her sister, but also angry at him because he's put them in that position, right? And then I compare that to men. I think that that is where the jealousy stands from, is that they are jealous that we are able to be free beings of value inherently, and they're not. And obviously that's not true, but that is what they think, so it's true to them. And when I look at that, because when we listen to them, they say like men have to earn their value, women are just born valuable. Or they say things like, you know, men are not allowed to, you know, have emotions, men have to be logical, women are emotional. And when I think about like the ways in which they describe men versus women, and when you really listen to them, like, it's hard to listen to them because they're so problematic, but when we really, really push past the problematic of the things that they say, and we really just analyze what they're saying from a psychological standpoint, men genuinely think that women are allowed to be free and have access in a way that they are not, and they have to fight and work hard and earn it, and it's exhausting for them, and they don't see the struggle that we have to go through and that we have to experience because they are too focused on the fact that we are free in their mind. And I think about it in terms of, again, bringing it back to like Princess Sophia, where I'm sure her and her sister are in a similar boat, but not the same, right? Because her sister has a sense of support that she doesn't get. But when I think about, they experience very similar struggles, but I'm sure that it's really easy for her to forget that, because on top of the struggles that they experience, she's not experiencing freeness. She's not experiencing support. And she's literally now having to carve her own freeness and support. And some of that is probably spilling onto being mean to her sister. And also that hatred of her father that she may have. I don't know. But I think about that in terms of men, when we bring it back to men, right? Because the source is coming from men, but it's targeted onto women. They've put us in that position, and then they're resentful and angry at the position that they've put us in. They think we're free. They think that we have value inherently and that we don't have to work for it. And they can't be mad at themselves, the source, because that would require self-reflection. And it's easier to be mad at somebody else than it is to be mad at and acknowledge and change yourself, right? And that's how I frame it. I don't necessarily think that it comes from the fact that they can't give life. I think that it genuinely comes from this sense of freeness, and then the giving of life is incorporated and underneath the umbrella of their sense of thinking that that we are free and they're not.
Minnie, you just triggered a thought. I swear, it be. You guys are so thought provoking, because when you said that we have this level of freeness, it made me think, because I had this dude one time on a panel. He specifically said that women are the ones who are messing up the family homes and relationships, because we won't just stay married and understand that with being in a relationship, there is a level of discomfort and happiness that you must endure, because if you don't, you will not understand what true happiness is. I think that that's their way of trying to keep us in this brainwashed state of existence, because they know that we, out of the two of us, out of men and women, we are the only ones capable of remaining, maintaining a level of freedom in our own minds, even if we are going through, basically being enslaved, or, you know what I'm saying, being somebody's captive. Like, we still
find happiness within ourselves, a level of happiness that the men cannot find all on their own. And that's why they have to always outsource the things of material, material value, women, children. They have to obtain something outside of themselves that makes them feel that same happiness that women are able to get all on their own, even if they are someone's captive.
Yes, exactly that. I agree. And I'm sorry, Britt. We kind of have been neglecting you. Did you want to go ahead and speak on the prompt?
Oh, that's fine. I was driving, so I didn't know if my service was going to be good enough to say anything. But hold on. I said I kind of wanted just to touch bases on what y'all was just talking about a few minutes ago. I think it was many, and that's why I had that prompted me to ask the question about parthenogenesis, Genesis or whatever. And that, and do any of you ladies believe in that? I don't. Can y'all hear
I
me
don't
well?
know. I don't know what that is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I'm
I
still in college.
personally,
Please explain to me.
okay, so basically, it's just the conceiving of children without the help of men.
I personally do not believe that we are at a evolutionary period where we can do that naturally, but there is scientific evidence that shows that has actually been done and done successfully, um where now we are able to literally like procreate on our own via bone marrow. Like the science is there and they are perfecting it currently, and it has been successful as far as the scientists are concerned.
Right.
But I don't think that we are there evolutionary where
Oh,
from an evolution.
yeah, I wasn't saying that we are there because look around what's going on. Stress, our nervous system is messed up. So, yeah, it takes a lot for that to happen. But I was just saying, like, do y'all believe, just saying, like, did y'all believe that that happened once upon a time?
I heard that it was a possible case of a woman doing it so long ago, like way before we were even fucking born. I heard of it being a thing.
Exactly right. So, because my next question will be then, because it's like pertaining to like the with us carrying the XX, and then the male is the X and Y. And I was watching something, not sure where it was, but I was watching it, and it was like, it would just show like a diagram with the pictures and how like the males pretty much is like a mutation. And then I said, okay, so if that is the case, and it's proven that the male's X chromosome, I mean the Y chromosome and stuff like that is not like a real, how do you put this, like it's not I don't know how to put it, but it basically is not as prominent as ours, like the XX. I said, well, then I seen something else that was saying like, how it wouldn't be possible to believe that Jesus was indeed a woman, because Mary, remember, she had the conception. She didn't use a man, and the only way you get the Y chromosome is from a man. So I was like, well, then I guess I could say it might be possible that he indeed was a woman, because where was if she had an immaculate conception and she didn't use a man? I mean, I would think that Jesus would be a woman, but I'm just saying, that's why I was just asking. Did anybody believe in that?
Yeah, it's a possible for me. But also somebody had brought your same point up last night, and I was thinking to myself, like, could that just been a story that they created in the Bible just to try to scare women into keeping their V card, like keeping them pure, because they think that you get some sort of magical power from maintaining a level of pureness. Like I was thinking that when I heard that story last night, but no, it's a possibility again because it's been scientifically proven that there's evidence of it happening.
Hmm. And then I do know that animals still do that to this day. At least animals, for sure. They don't need. With some of them, they do not need the other sex to produce. So yeah, but that's yeah. And uh, as far as like the prompt, I really don't even be caring for these men. So I don't really care to talk about them. Just to be honest. Uh, but I don't really know what to say towards it. But she.
Well, I know for sure black men choose manhood over their blackness. Again, just bringing up the point of slavery, they've been choosing it since slavery
Right.
because if they chose their blackness over being a man, then we wouldn't have had women, being gang raped every single day by men that look like them just based on another man giving them the order. Like
Right. I agree.
we would have seen more men revolting in real time. They wouldn't have wanted to harm their own women and children in that manner, but they did anyway because they not only want to partake in a level of power that their oppressors had, but
Right.
they were effing scared. They were effing
Yeah.
scared, and they don't even want to admit that they are afraid of somebody that is also afraid of them.
Hmm.
So instead of admitting that the men are afraid of each other, they would rather take out their anger on the women.
Yeah, I definitely
Any
think that.
single I was actually thinking about it. Every instance in human existence where a
Hmm.
man has had to deal with a level of discomfort, uh, essentially somebody will be harmed because of it.
All right. And
Because
also, I think.
we were even talking about how men go through having EDs, and every time a man has an ED, then a woman's life is potentially in danger.
Okay. I thought I was also listening to someone talk about like when the civil rights and all that other stuff, and how it was like us women always jumping on the band for the men, and like kind of like to what I'm trying to say the word, like basically just going with them when they wanted something to be done. We was on the bandwagon with them. I think somebody kind of alluded towards it a little bit earlier, but it was never really anything for us. Like no rights really for us. Like the fact that the women was getting raped and all that other stuff. Yeah, it was never really nothing to protect us from the beginning. Like this whole fight that this illusion of the fight anyway, it's always been about the men and what they want, but never really for us. And we just, all pretty much just been blind to it and following along. Yeah.
I don't even think it was just a blindness that we were going through. I think that we were under this misconception that if black men won, then we would win because of our blackness. You know what I'm saying? That they would also contribute to us being, their counterparts. But
Hmm.
that wasn't the case.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think that that's exactly what it was. Black is. I genuinely believe that it is the case that we trusted that black men would stand up on the pedestal and then would pull us up on the pedestal as well while they were standing up there because they knew what it was like. They knew the struggle. And also because they loved us enough, considering that we were willing to hold
Right.
them down. And then when we got to a point where we realized that wasn't the case, we
Hmm.
continued to press forward thinking that, things would still change. And then it still, 2026, it still has not, and it's actually gotten worse. And I think a part of why it's gotten worse is because now, I think, not to say that racism has been eliminated by any means, no, it has not. But I think personally, because this is my opinion, I think personally, um, I think the issue with gender has far surpassed the issue with race in people's minds. Because obviously it has not in reality, but I think in people's minds, the issue of gender is on a higher ranking system than race is, because we're talking more about gender and than we are about racial issues, because of the fact that men think that they're suffering more. Like, they're
Mm-hmm.
being now impacted in a way that I don't know that they ever have. There's the male loneliness epidemic, where they are successfully unaliving themselves at high rates, and these men don't want to be a part of that or participate in that. Or there's the case of red pill, because these men are being denied access to women, which historically they have not experienced that to the same or similar degree. Or the incel movement, where these men are again being denied access to women that they think that they are entitled to.
Hey Bree, I'm gonna meet you real quick because there's a lot of background and it's
Sorry,
like,
yeah.
yeah, it's drowning
Well,
me out.
you could drop me because I gotta go to my appointment. But I just wanted to, intersect with that, and I appreciate y'all for letting me speak. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Sorry about that, Minnie. It was a little bit loud. I wanted to hear your point.
Can I chime in a little bit? I think that the biggest problem, again, is the patriarchy, and it does hurt men just as much as it hurts us. It's just that we're affected more, and their inability to want to dismantle that because of the perceived power that they have is the reason why they're hurting. It's the reason that they perceive that they have access to us when they're really not doing anything to better themselves emotionally, intellectually. That's why the quote unquote access to the women has to them has gone away. And it's just like, because they're not meeting us, their inability to accept, when you were speaking on they see us as moving freely, it's because they're socialized to not be able to freely show their emotions, even though I will continue to say men are the most emotional creatures on the planet. And the example I always use is a woman walks into her home, finds her man with another woman on her bed, and she's going to be mad and she's going to break up with this man and she may make chaos and everything, but everybody's going to walk out of there alive. A man walks into that same scenario, he's going to life everybody and himself possibly. And that is them showing their extra emotion. When we had the two trolls before, they're moving of a place of emotion and of unintelligent emotion, because that's what it is. They do show their emotion, but they're not able to control it and do it in a way how we have managed to do so. Evolutionary, they're moving out of tune with what holistically is supposed to go. If you understand human evolution, women began to speak first, and we created language because we were the ones that stayed behind. And we're still working with trying to figure out how to feed ourselves, how to keep ourselves house. And then we also had to teach this to the young ones that we were raising and nurturing and ensuring that they continue to survive. So we have always innately been able to communicate with one another, understand one another's emotions, and we allow ourselves to process those emotions and learn from those emotions. The patriarchy takes that away from the men, and then they blame us. And when you read